Okay then. Oh man, after being cooped in all winter long in the indoors, we're back outside in the exciting wilderness of Indiana, in the original campground, for those that remember from the camping streams when they first started. And we're back to do the thing. Our kind of like, maybe at this point, traditional early year cooking balcony shenanigans. I don't know. Now, traditionally, I've done this early year one when it's still cold as balls outside. I just didn't get... By the time I finally got around to it this year, it's not really all that cold anymore, which is nice for me, maybe less gimmicky, but hopefully you guys can forgive me, and hopefully you guys can still be entertained by random-ass cooking shenanigans. Alright. So, hello, it's, what's today, Thursday? We're gonna do some cooking today. It's been a long ass time since we've done cooking on stream. I believe our last cooking stream was the Thanksgiving cooking stream. So, you know, over 3 months ago. A hot minute for sure. So, it's safe to say that we're long overdue at this point. And so we're going to make something hopefully tasty tonight, and hopefully something that ends up being edible. That's always a bit of a crapshoot when it comes to cooking streams, but I believe. Cool. Now, what is it that we're making? Well, some people probably already spoiled it in chat, but that's okay. We are kind of continuing a tradition, like I said a little earlier, that we started 4 years ago, whatever it was, where I come out into the balcony, and I didn't even really intend for this to originally be like the thing, but it just kind of ended up being this way, where I come out really early in the year when it's still like not outdoor weather yet, and cook a nice piping hot bowl of chili that will warm the soul in a otherwise chilly Indiana night. Like I said, not actually that chilly out here. It's pretty nice, pretty comfy, but we'll just pretend it's cold so that way it fits the theme. So that way it's both chilly weather-wise and chilly food-wise. So the first year we made some pork and beans chili. Second year we made dragon breath chili out of the WoW cookbook. Last year we made a shepherd's pie chili, which was quite tasty. So this year I was trying to think of like, what could I do to mix it up and do like a different sort of chili this year? And so I looked through a bunch of different recipes, and ultimately I found one that I've never really had before, and it looks really good, and it involves using some chili peppers I've never used and a whole thing. So we're going to be making what's called chili Colorado. Sure. If you're to pronounce it more like the Spanish way, it'd be chile Colorado. I'm not going to bother with that. Chile Colorado. Let's go with the white guy way. And it's, I guess, kind of like, from what I can tell, the most traditional Mexican version of a chili dish, I guess. And so when I decided on that, I figured like, okay, maybe we'll lean into like the more Mexican, kind of Mexican restaurant-y theme, hence the music. And I was thinking like, okay, well, what do I make as a side dish? And went through a bunch of different options, but ultimately my head decided, it thought back to like my childhood going to Mexican restaurants, and my favorite side dish I'd always get when we'd go to the Mexican restaurant El Torito, which was like a Mexican restaurant chain that you may or may not have heard of, but it's a place we'd go to somewhat frequently as when I was a kid with my family. We'd go to El Torito, and I remember the thing I'd always look forward to was getting the side dish, the Mexican sweet corn cake, which is essentially, I don't know, like a quasi cakey, but also quasi like pudding-esque, sort of just like corn, creamy dough, not doughy, but like, I don't know, it's just an exclamation point recipes, it's in there, just it's exactly what it sounds like. It's Mexican corn cake. It was really fucking tasty as a kid. I suspect it'll be tasty as an adult. So we're making our corn cake as our side. And then like if we're going to a Mexican restaurant, you gotta enjoy like a bit of like chips and guac, right? Like, who doesn't get chips and guac for the table when you go to a Mexican restaurant? I mean, you can get salsa, but the bougie people get the guac, obviously. What beer are we drinking at the moment? I'm glad you asked. Well, as a kid, I didn't really drink a whole lot of beer with my family at the Mexican restaurant, but now as an adult, I am more than welcome to do so. So we are drinking some Cerveza Pacifico. La Cerveza del Pacifico, I suppose would be the official name, which is a Mexican beer, and I've had Pacifico, I think, a couple of times in my life, but I've never really like tried to appreciate it before, so I'm gonna have this big ass can right now and see if we can get maybe a like a solidified take on it. I've had plenty of Modelo, which is fine. Plenty of Corona. Do like Corona, especially during the hot months. Haven't tried too much of this one though. So, before anything else, cheers, boys and girls. And if you think this is the only can I have, you'd be mistaken. Tastes like beer. Yeah, yeah. Oh shit, Whiskey Thunder coming in hot with a lot of gifted subs. Holy shit, 10 gifted tier 1 subs out of fucking nowhere. Just boom, there's his dick. Wow. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Holy shit. Joel thanks you as well. Thank you, sir. All 10 will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and delicious Mexican, hopefully, food fund. Wow. Cheers, man. Appreciate the subs. Cheers with your Mike's Cherry Lime Hard Lemonade. It sucks, but it was $5.99 for a 12-pack? Damn, dude. If it's that cheap, I don't care what you're drinking. That's a steal. Can't blame you on that one. It does probably make your dick shrink a little bit, but well worth it for the savings. Okay. So, as far as the order that we're going to cook this shit, I think what I want to do is I want to prep the sweet corn cake first, so that way it's ready to put in the oven. So that way once I start simmering the chili, I can put in the corn cake at the same time, so that way they finish approximately at the same time. So I think we'll get started on that first. All that really involves is just like mixing together a bunch of ingredients in a bowl, so that seems relatively straightforward, and we can start with that. So, exclamation point recipes, if you want to see the recipes we're using tonight, feel free to follow along. Cook with me, wow. You're probably not going to do that, but let's start with that. So I need to get butter that I've been softening, which is inside, so hold on 1 second, gotta go back indoors for that. There will be a couple of points of this cooking stream where we do have to take things indoors and utilize the technology of a indoor kitchen. Kind of a scam, but I don't have an oven on my balcony, I'm afraid. Where the fuck did I put this butter? You can't see me, I know this, but I have butter. That's supposed to be soft. Oh, I remember where I put it. I literally, I put it on top of my computer, so that way it'd get the warm air from the computer and soften faster. Now that I remember what I did, that was 5 head as fuck. Well, of course, had I forgotten it there, it would have just completely melted butter into my computer and destroyed my $2,000 PC, so guess I'm glad I remembered. Okay, butter, nice. So, we're going to start by needing to preheat the oven, but we're going to do that later because we're not actually going to throw this into the oven immediately. So, in a large bowl, we're going to beat the butter until creamy and add stuff after that. Okay, let's get out our official nasty large bowl of cooking streams, shall we? For those wondering if any of my cooking, I guess, dishes have changed, they have not. Still the nasty ass bowl, as per tradition. Classic, classic. Stay. All right, and then we can beat this up. Oh yeah, before we do that though, I guess I got to go over my little setup here. So one thing that I got for Christmas, actually, my sister gave it to me, and I haven't actually really busted it out or showed you guys at all since Christmas, because I've been waiting for the first cooking stream since Christmas. For those that have watched enough cooking streams in the past, you would know that there's been, whenever I like use utensils and have like my utensils packed, it's always just in this ghetto ass like plastic Walmart bag, right? Like nothing fancy. And so for Christmas, my sister, knowing that I do a whole bunch of cooking streams where I either do it outdoors here or travel like on location to some other place, figured she'd, I guess, upgrade my setup. So she got me like this little pack here, okay? And so if we open it up, I'll do this like closer to the camera, 1 second. If we open this up, we see we have, oh shit, look at this, like an entire like little setup of like cooking stuff that you can put neatly into this little pack and actually not just have to worry about putting a ghetto ass plastic bag. Oh shit. So I've not really like gone through all this stuff. I mean, I have a vague idea of what's in here, but I intentionally didn't like closely go through this just so that way I could kind of just see it with you guys. Shout out to my sister, by the way. MVP gift. That was pretty clutch. Pretty clutch. And we get to utilize it for the first time today. Wow. So what's in here exactly? Let's see. I did pack a couple of things in here that I knew I needed that this didn't have, but I think it had like most of what I needed. I packed the wooden spatula. That's just my traditional wooden spatula. And then, yeah, fork and spoon. But everything else comes just in this thing. So we got, it's like cooking scissors. I mean, I own plenty of scissors, but I don't own cooking scissors. So that's kind of neat. Yeah, it comes with like a little cover. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Even got like a, I guess a bottle opener on there? Wow. Okay. And then we got a little pokey thing to stab your eyeballs out as you cook whatever you're cooking. Okay, okay, I'm gonna keep down the plastic for now. We've got, I guess, skewers, question mark? Is that what these are? Yeah, essentially just skewers that I guess you could use for skewer-related things. You take that. Oh nice, like a garfer. If you know why I call it a garfer, then you're a true OG. But we got the garfer. Okay, okay, it's for the little whenever you're peeling something. Useful. Okay, you're like very traditional, like, apparatus to open any sort of alcoholic bottle or otherwise. So, beer bottle opener, wine bottle opener, nice. I'm not really sure what this is supposed to accomplish outside of just being like a sharp edge for something. Okay, sure, sure. Nice, nice. And then there's a knife in here. I don't necessarily need a knife because I already have my knife, but it's nice to have like a, I guess, backup portable one. We'll use this one today just because it comes in the pack, but to be honest, I'll probably more often just stick to my traditional fancy knife or whatever you want to call that. But I do like the fact that it comes with this little sleeves, that way I don't have to wrap it in paper towels like I normally do, which is my normal ghetto method to protect the knife, so that's still nice. There's a whole ass cutting board in here, which is kind of nice. It is still white plastic, just like my other ghetto cutting board, so it's still going to eventually look nice and nasty. But that being said, oh my, not only is it a cutting board, it's apparently Allah approved. Oh my, inshallah, yallah. Okay, okay, just random ass bottom of the barrel quality cutting board, but it comes with little things, so you take it, you take it. Oh, one thing I didn't bring out here with me is paper towels. I'll have to go grab a roll of paper towels. I'll do that in a sec. But anyways, useful. Okay. And then the other side, what do we got? Looks like I guess just like a little microfiber towel. Okay. Dish towel for dish towel usefulness. Nice, nice. I see there's a pair of gloves, which is interesting, I guess. Got a knife for the traditional finger cutting. Yeah, hopefully we can avoid that this year. I've only still ever really cut my finger once on stream before, which is kind of impressive. Gloves? I guess these gloves with like the little rubberized stuff right here, I assume is so you can like lift up things that are hot? Is that something that would be safe in gloves that feel very thin in reality? They're very grippy, I mean, I'll say that, so like it's like anti-slip, but I don't know if this would be heat safe, to be honest. I guess we can test it out later, but... Okay. And then we've got tongs. Okay, nice. Looks like a salt and pepper shaker that don't have any salt and pepper in there, but still, you can obviously fill them if you'd like. And then a ladle. Okay, and a spatula. Nice. Alright, alright. So, the nice thing about this, obviously, is that, like, you can just put whatever you want in here, right? You don't have to, like, use specifically the utensils provided. You can always just pack your own stuff in here and have this be a bit more organized compared to what I've traditionally used, so, nice. Shout out to my sister. That's big. That's big. That's clutch. This will make me at least look a little bit more professional in the future. Doesn't mean I actually will be more professional, but if I look more professional, then that's got to count for something, right? Sure. Sure. That's not for heat. Probably intended for just grip to hold on to stuff while cutting. Something looks like gardening gloves, though. Sure. Let's go with that. Okay. So, for now, we'll put this off to the side, but we'll definitely be utilizing stuff in here for cooking today, without a doubt. Yeah. Back you go. Okay. So nice. Cool. Nice and neat and tidy in there. Wow. So, I guess first things first, yeah, I'll need the fork. Put that back in there. I got the scissors. Shit. Not sure I'll need cooking scissors for today's stream, but I guess you never know. Alright. Let's beat some butter, shall we? Okay. Scoot you guys back. I was just giving you the close-up of the exciting little cooking pack there. Very exciting indeed. Make sure you can see inside the bowl. Hold on, hold on. Gotta make sure Joel's in view, obviously. Hey, buddy. Okay, that'll do. All right, little great value butter. An entire stick goes into this, so safe to say it's not going to be what you would call good for you, but it's not really the point of these streams, is it? What's up, Linty Jew, coming in top with a cheeky little sub. Thank you, sir, for 43 months. Your Bezos bucks will go directly to the cooking fund. Thank you, sir. Nice. Oh, yeah, okay. Let me get those paper towels now, because otherwise hands are going to be very buttery. Oy, oy. Surely I forgot more things in the kitchen here, but the good news is, unlike when you're doing a cooking stream on location, if you happen to forget something for your balcony stream, you can just walk into your kitchen, which is 10 feet away, so that's fun. Okay. Holding down the fort, Joel. Got it covered? Oh boy. All right. Paper towels. Hooey. So we gotta like cream this, I guess, which this is nice and soft thanks to the PC doing its job, so it's its main job. So I guess we just have to kind of mix it up until it's, I don't know, creamy or whatever. I don't do a whole lot of butter churning in my life, but I got a vague idea of what it's probably supposed to be like. PC temperature butter piss. I mean, shit, it worked. Just put it right on top of the radiator fans and let it do its thing. Modern problems require modern solutions. What can I say? All right, so this is a half cup of butter, aka whole stick. We're gonna be combining this soon with a bunch of masa harina and water. Oh, okay. Okay, is this fine? Like, do I have to do more than this? This feels fine already. I don't know what consistency or texture of butter I'm looking for. It's just butter, right? Like, butter is butter. Yeah. It's probably fine already. Okay. The H is silent. Oh, is it? So it'd be masa harina? I don't fucking know. Whatever. Brother, do I look like I speak the Spanish? What the fuck? Goddamn woke liberal Mexicans ruining my cooking stream, god damn it. Okay. So let's go ahead and add in the other two things like I just said here. The H is apparently silent. Hell yeah, hermano. Would you call me brother hermano, man? Better start speaking English, son. What the fuck? Okay. Safe to say I don't need this entire thing, but they don't sell any smaller quantities at Walmart, so it is what it is. Let's not rip open the entire bag, please. Okay. How much do I need? We need 1/3 of a cup, so not really actually that much. There's gonna be a lot of corn products that go into this. We're gonna be adding the masa harina, whatever. Cornmeal, and then, well, yeah, those things, but a lot of corn. But considering we're making corn cake, I suppose that checks out. I didn't bring a 1/3 cup measure. I brought a 1/2 cup measure, so I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this and put in what seems like a 1/3-ish cup. So not the full container here, but like, what's the ratio when you're trying to go for a 1/3 instead of a 1/2? It's 3/6, and so you're trying to do 2/6, so it'd be like 2/3 of the 1/2 cup measure. Okay, that's about what I did right there. Okay. Before I begin cooking, please make sure I have all my kitchen utensils close by: knife, pan, 2K computer, and cutting board. Exactly. Never know when you might need your food warmer to keep stuff nice and toasty. All right, and then water, which is just a 1/4 cup. Put somewhere. Where did I put my water bottle? Oh, there it is. Okay, so half a cup. Like so. Okay. Now I'm hoping, like, once I put this in a little dish that I'm gonna ultimately bake this in, that it'll be fine to just kind of sit there and not do anything for probably about an hour. But I mean, I could throw it in the oven whenever I want to, and then I guess maybe just let it cool later. But ideally, I want it to be like finished like at the exact same time, so that way it can be like a cooking show where it's just like, ah, yes, pull it out of the oven, here it is, just as everything else is done. We'll see. Half cup, another half cup from the leaking shaker. Leaking? It's fine. Just a little extra water for character. It certainly smells very corny. Doesn't smell sweet at all yet, but once we add sugar, I suppose that'll take care of that problem. Smells like, honestly, like a tortilla, which makes sense since this is what you make tortillas out of, right? This is not Nax. It is nuts. We're deciding to, we're not touching grass today, but we're at least like viewing grass. You can like see grass from where you're sitting, which is, you gotta take baby steps. You don't go straight to grass touching. That's a lot, especially at this time of year. You gotta ease yourself into it. Okay. I guess this is fine. Sure. I'm gonna taste it. Actually, I'm not gonna taste it. Be a good boy. Resist the urge. Okay. If I want a drink, if I'm hungry, I got beer. Beer is food. All right. Pulse the corn in the food processor. Okay, that's problematic. No, by the way, that's not a blender full of piss sitting there, although I wouldn't blame you if you thought that's what it looked like. It's actually chicken broth, which I'm planning on using later. But now it just occurred to me that, like, I need to use the blender to mix the, or to process the corn. Do I just work on this later? Fuck. I mean, I guess I could just put the chicken broth into a different bowl for now. We need the chicken broth for the chiles, which is like literally the next step, so like it's not like it's far off. I really should have just done the corn after I was... whatever, dude. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. I don't really have a way of processing. I mean, well, okay. I literally could just dump the corn out on a cutting board and just go... I guess. It doesn't have to be in a blender. In fact, it's supposed to be using a food processor. I don't know a food processor. A blender is close enough, right? But in this case, do I just get a knife and just go... I think I just do that. Fuck it. Whatever. That'll do. Let's get a bag of corn. Let's get out that cutting board. And let's just, like, use our hands as our food processor. How about that? Okay. Using the Allah-approved cutting board right here. Yallah. That's a cheap-ass cutting board, but hey. If it works, it works. Masa brosa for you, brother. What? Don't see the problem of getting the chicken stock into a pan for a moment. Yeah, but it's okay. We're just gonna use our hands. That will work fine. Microplastics. It's all right. It adds like you're building a tolerance to it, so that way when you ingest further microplastics in the future, your body recognizes it and can process it for nutrients. I think that's how that works. Yeah, this cutting board's definitely curved as well, which implies that it's not gonna sit flat. That's a bit problematic. Bend it back a little. That's not great. Alright, hold on. Double fold this paper towel, will that help? Not really. Guess I could do one more of these. Ay, man. I want to just go back to using my old ghetto-ass cutting board, to be honest, but I don't think it'd fit inside this little pack is the problem. It's alright, I can do this. In classic Dali fashion, this will take way longer to cook than you think it will, so strap in, boys. I'm sure it'll be a long one like it always is. But that's okay. That's what I'm here for, to just yap randomly for a few hours to keep you mildly entertained. Okay. Stay. It's not stable, but whatever, fuck it, it's good enough. Okay, so corn, I believe we need, what was it, a cup and a half of corn? Yes, sir. Great value, obviously. Alright, cup and a half, you say. So I think what I'll do is maybe do like half cup at a time. This cutting board's not exactly large. Yep, that's corn. Yeah, it tastes like corn. All right, so the good news is the recipe says to only leave the corn chunky, right? So that way you have some texture in your corn cake. So we don't have to like go full-on fine corn powder mode or anything. Just make it. Okay, this is already not working well. We're gonna need to use the blender. I can tell after about 3 chops, like, okay, we're not gonna really get it to the consistency we want to by doing this. I mean, eventually I would, but it would take fucking forever. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to get... Okay, I know what I'll do. I'll get a pot, be right back. One sec. Ugh. Alright, get this. We'll just put the chicken broth in a pot real quick. Alright, fine. There's a fly in here, wonderful. Alright, transfer our piss into the pot. That'll do. I guess the only other thing, I'm gonna have to rinse out this blender as well, since I don't want it to have chicken stock flavor. Not that that would be a horrible thing, but let's not cross-contaminate. Alright, well, good news is now we can just do this all at once instead of third at a time. Okay. Now, blender's not going to work as well as a food processor. I know this, but with enough patience, it should get the job done just fine. I would think. Okay, so that was a half cup there. We need a cup and a half. Wait, come on. Alright, so there's another half cup. And cup and a half. There we go. A little corn for the road as well. It's an organic cage-free fly. Yeah, great. That's protein. For the gains. Okay, so I guess I have to plug in the blender, huh? This cord's not very long, but I've got an extension cord here, or extension cable, but is that gonna reach? Not well, but I guess we'll get it to work. Okay. That's just gonna hang there precariously. That's fine. Okay, so I guess we'll just like kind of pulse this until it gets nice and what's the word it uses here? Chunky. Sharp. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to stir it a bit, huh? With a that one. Yeah. Oh, this does have a pulse. Okay, that's helpful. Whoa. Feels like it would have been beneficial to maybe add some water to this, but you're not supposed to add water, so we're just going to be very patient with this process. Bit of a NASCAR blender, hell yeah, brothers. Okay. Okay, it's slowly but surely getting to the consistency I think that you want to see, so what you describe as chunky. Good news. Sort of. Baby steps. Don't want to liquefy it too much, and like of course with a blender it's going to get more liquefied near the bottom than it is the top, so mixer up, coming out. Alright, it's just about there. It's still got some like distinct whole corn chunks in there, but it's as a entire mixture, it's probably right around where we need it to be at this point. Maybe a couple more pulses and I think it's good to go. Okay, that'll do, pig. That'll do. So, just to show you what we're working with now, we now have kind of a, what I would describe as a chunky corn paste, perhaps. Still some, as the recipe said, some distinct corn chunks in there, but it's nice and pasty, or whatever you want to call it. Go. That will do. That will do. Thank you, Mr. Blender. You'll be back later for more shenanigans. Unplug the stuff for now. Alright, I'm assuming we just put this now in the bowl? Question mark? Next step is leave the corn chunky, stir the corn into the butter mixture. Okay. I can do that. Butter mixture, which is kind of hardening again because it's chilly enough to the point where the butter is no longer all that soft now. Not ideal, but I guess I'll just store it indoors once it's ready to go into the oven. Right, come on, come on. Whoa. Nice and chunky, hell yeah, brother. Nothing like blowing some fat chunks into your bowl of slop. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to take out the bottom of this and just dump it out the other way too. Cutting board must be flat. It's really awful, actually. I'm probably just gonna have to switch to my OG one. It's not great. It's not great. Am I prepared to defend Joel if the local hawk comes in for the steal? I've actually trained Joel in the art of self-defense. He'll be fine, man. Joel's a prepared fish. He knows the dangers of the wilderness of central Indiana. He's been honing his combat skills whenever he watches me play WoW. Okay. Well, we're not going to get every single little bit in there, but that's enough, I guess. Gonna have to clean this blender though, so that way we can use it later for the chili. Okay. Yeah. Let's get the rest off of the little bottom thing, and then we're Gucci. Yeah, blender's definitely more ideal for like more liquidy stuff compared to more pasty stuff like this, but you gotta make do with what you got. It's good enough. Okay. I'm gonna put this into the kitchen sink real quick, and then next time we need it, we'll wash it up and do the thing. Guys, we'll have to come back in for the sink for the chilies in a bit anyways, that I know. Oh, not that. I'm very seriously beginning to question the order, though, in which I prepared this stuff. I'm starting to think that maybe I should have just done the corn thing after the chili was simmering, but hopefully my predetermined logic will work itself out. I hope so. Okay. Let's see how mixable this is. I suspect the butter in here is starting to solidify. Yeah, it is. That's not ideal. Obviously, this recipe assumes you're cooking indoors where it's not kind of chilly outside. It's not even that cold, but it's cold enough to the point where the butter is not wanting to stay in its soft form, and it's more staying in a semi-hard state. Similar to being in a semi-hard state at all times. Ladies. What's up, Cotton, coming in hot with the Prime sub? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Cheeky little fitty month indeed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Corn Fund. Thank you, sir. Alright, she's mixing. We're Gucci. It's not mixing as uniformly as I would ideally like to see, but are we adding any sort of like other liquid to this mixture? I guess a little milk, but not like a ton. Okay. Just gonna have to mix this very thoroughly, I guess. We'll try our best. In fact, there's no sense in over-mixing this until I add like all the stuff, I suppose. Well, it already tastes like corn and butter, which I gotta say is a pretty good combination. I can already taste like the impetus of the Mexican corn cake flavor. I'm already looking forward to this. I fucking love this shit. It's been a long time since I've had it, but remembering it as a kid was like, oh. Whenever they would bring this as a side dish, I would like devour like at least half of it every time. Someone needs to buy me a whisk. I own a whisk. I don't like whisks though. Whisks to me are annoying because like whenever you mix something, like a bowl for example, it feels like just like half the stuff that you're mixing ends up getting caught inside the whisk, and then it doesn't even feel like it mixes better than a fork. So I'm not a whisk guy. I own it. I just never use it. To me, it just doesn't really get the job done better enough compared to a fork to justify the extra annoyance of like getting all the stuff stuck inside the whisk, and you gotta like use your fingers to pry it out, and it's just a whole thing. It's a whole thing. The camera shaking's making you sick? Sorry, bud. Alright. It's good enough. So now we need to add okay, so we need a separate bowl, actually. We're gonna mix some other stuff, I guess. Okay. Bust out the other nasty bowl. There it is, there it is. This one we're doing 1/4 cup of cornmeal. More corn-related items. What's that? 1/4 cup? Oh shit, I definitely just spilled this. Oh, okay. How much did I spill? Not much, we're good. Okay. What's up, Holy Palace Sweet coming in? How about cheeky little raid? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I assume you're doing TBC-related things, so hope all that's going nice and well. Tuned in just in time for, I'd say cooking. We're not even cooking yet. We're just prepping, and I've already been prepping for almost an hour, so I'm going at my usual pace when it comes to cooking streams, but welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. TBC, the big corn, yeah. A very corn-centric stream so far, but I promise it's not the main dish, but you wouldn't know that from the start of the stream. All right, how much of this? 1/4 cup? So like half of this. Call that a 1/4 cup. Okay. Oh shit, I'm still in the WoW category. You are right about that. Dude, I always forget something when it comes to cooking streams, including changing the category. Yeah, let's change it. One sec. Don't want to be misleading my precious viewers. I know this is very confusing right now. You're expecting World of Warcraft gameplay. What are we, just chatting? Really need to change that category to just yapping, but don't believe that's an option. Alright, there you go. Now we're safe from our Twitch overlords. Okay, anyways, cornmeal. Third of a cup of sugar. This will make it nice and sweet. I'd say that I'll say that the mixture is already a little bit of sweet, just because of the corn flavor. But that being said, this is America, so we're adding some sugar, brothers. Hell yeah! Third cup, right? It's about a third cup. That one. Okay. God damn, I'm gonna have to go back in again. I gotta get milk as well. Fuck! And then half a teaspoon of baking powder. Let's do that first. Half a teaspoon of baking powder, which I have here, and then some salt. So just a quarter teaspoon of salt, so barely anything. So we're just gonna kind of go by Fieldcraft on that one. And then baking powder. How much? Half a teaspoon. I did bring my measure for that. Okay. Kaboom. Nice. And then we just got to get the milk, which, like I said, I got to go indoors for the milk carton. Which if I was smart, I would have bought myself some whole milk for this. I think that's what the recipe recommends that you use whole milk. I only have 1%. That's gonna have to get the job done because I don't have anything else. So, oh well. I guess as far as the fat content of the dish is concerned, it's gonna have to get carried by the giant stick of butter that I put in there instead. Yeah, that'll do. Anyways, 1, 2, okay. I didn't want to take out my milk carton, leave it out there the entire time just for 2 fucking tablespoons. That'd have been a little silly. Anyways, all right, so let's mix this up. Oh yeah. Guess in a perfect world I'd have 2 separate mixing things, but we're gonna combine these soon anyways. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm bothering with this. I'm just getting butter on my fingers instead. Nice. No one else is eating this but me. Thought this was molten core. Yeah, they recently updated Classic Era. It looks much more realistic now. Wow. Alright, so we're just making, like, I don't know, what I describe as corn slop right now. And eventually then we're going to stir the cornmeal mixture into the buttercorn mixture just until incorporated, and then we're going to pour into an 8x8 baking pan, place the blah, 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 blah. But yeah, that'll come later. Do I store this? I guess I don't want to store this in the fridge because I want the butter to harden, so I guess we're going to just store indoors at room temperature. It's going to probably sit there for like an hour. I hope it'll still cook fine after just sitting there for an hour. I assume it'll be okay. I don't know. You know I need it as well. I need a rubber spatula. Let me get that too. I know I keep going indoors. I'm sorry. Would this have been easier to just cook in my kitchen? Sure, but what fun is that, right? Got Joel to keep you company. It's all Gucci. Okay, there we go. Don't want to waste it. All right, get in there. All right, now we mix her up. I gotta say, this is very, it's not, a very liquidy dough, which I suppose is understandable since, like, if you know what we're making, it's not really something that turns into cake. It more turns into, like, what's the best way to describe it? I don't know. It's like a halfway point between cake and pudding, I guess. It's good. But anyways, it's not really gonna like set like a traditional cake. It's more gonna like turn into. Once again, I don't know really a good way. It'll be not flaky, but crumbly, I guess. That's probably the best way to put it. All right. Why is somebody calling me? Go away, shoo shoo. Get out of here. Pate? Sure, let's go with that. Okay, here we go. And here's what we'll ultimately actually just bake in the oven. Not immediately, but yeah, that looks like corn slop, that's for sure. Is it going to be tasty? I can almost guarantee it based on the fact that I'm pretty sure I can just eat some of this right now and enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I'd eat this entire bowl just as is if I had to. It's already pretty good. Yeah, that's tasty. Okay, cool. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'll put this indoors and maybe cover it as well, so that way it doesn't dry out. And then what I'll need to do is try to remind myself to preheat the oven at some point when I go indoors. Maybe like when I'm rinsing the chilies, maybe I'll do that. Okay. Flatten this out the best I can, so like I said, it doesn't dry out. Then maybe we'll just cover this with plastic wrap. That'll do, pig, that'll do. Wow. I really shouldn't be eating this off the fork, but turns out butter and sugar and corn all taste good together. Who could have seen that coming? Okay. Am I taking you with me just to show the exciting wrapping process? I guess I am. All right, sure. Keep going indoors. Might as well at least take you with me one of these times. Wow, it's my apartment. How exciting. But at least cleaner than the last time you saw it, I'll say that. Last time you saw it was in a little bit of rough shape, if you will, but this time around it's at least like a little more passable. Now, what we're eventually gonna do is, I don't have any fucking plastic wrap. God damn it, dude. Aluminum foil, I guess, I suppose does sort of the same job. What we're eventually gonna do is we're gonna put this in like a cake pan, and then we're gonna put that cake pan into like this giant Pyrex container here, and we're gonna fill this Pyrex container with water, so that way it kind of steams it as it's cooking, keep it nice and moist. But that comes a little bit later. For now, like I said, let's just keep this as sealed as I realistically can, so that way it keeps the moisture and because that's where the consistency we're going to want. The consistency we're going to want is a nice moist corn cake. Okay, nice. That'll do. We'll be back indoors in a little bit for continued stuff. All right. Hey, Joel. Hey, buddy. Anyways, let's continue. Now I guess we can start working on the chili. Nice. Which is kind of the main attraction, the main dish, so only took us an hour to get to that point. Nice, nice. Let's make sure it's nice and even. All right, so the chili, the base of it is going to be, well, quite literally chilies. I know, shocker, right? What's up, Clouds86 coming out with the tier 1 sub now for 37 months. Thank you, sir. Don't forget to oil or butter the cake pan before pouring in the mix. You would think you do that, but the recipe explicitly says to pour the mixture of the butter corn stuff into a ungreased 8x8 pan. I guess maybe with the large reason just being that the majority of the batter is already just butter anyways, I guess. But anyways, thank you for the sub. Cheers, bud. All right. let's get started. All right, so we gotta prep the meat. The meat I'm using today is stew meat, and I just bought like a pack of like already pre-packaged, pre-sliced stew meat because I didn't really feel like using a bunch of my time to worry about that on stream. So we have pre-cubed stew meat, and then okay, I guess we can work on the chilies. Nice. So the chilies are not just generic ass, like, you know, I bought them at Walmart chilies. I actually had to go to a specialty Mexican grocery store in town here just so I could get them. So, the chilies we're going to be using today are, they're dried chilies. Wait, come on. We got the Chile Guajillo. Okay. And then we've got the Chile Ancho. Okay. And then the ones that are gonna have quite a bit of heat, I'm pretty sure, is the Chile de Árbol Tostado. Not gonna use literally all of these, that'd be excessive, but we're gonna use a few of each ones. Guajillo. I'm gonna say that right? Just, when it comes to Spanish, you turn the J into an H, and that's all there is to it. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, first things first, we're gonna have to de-seed these. I've never really worked with dried chilies before, so it's kind of a first. That's kind of why I was interested in doing this recipe, because I had never cooked with or prepared dried chilies. So we're gonna see how that goes. And then we're going to simmer them in like in a pan and like get ourselves a nice little liquidy chili simmer going on. And then we're gonna throw it into the blender and blend it all up and use that as our chili liquidy textured base, whatever you want to call it. It seems like it's gonna be tasty. I guess we're gonna find out. Okay, so we need to remove the stems and the seeds if we want for milder heat for dried chilies while rinsing under cold water. And then we're gonna place them in a saucepan, cover them with the broth that we were talking about earlier, and then boil them for a bit. So, remove the stems and the chilies while rinsing under hot water. Let me just open up one of these and just kind of see what I'm working with here. This is the part where I'm gonna have to take this indoors, inside, and rinse them out. So that's what I was talking about. Like, we'll go back indoors in a second, but I really should have kept the label on. Whatever. I just want to take one out and see what I'm working with. Never worked with one of these before. There you go. So the recipe right now that I'm using calls for what is it, like 4 of the anchos, so like 4 of these, 5 of these, the guajillo, and then it doesn't even actually call for the arbol, but I looked at some other chili Colorado recipes that said you can use one of these for extra spice, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna de-stem this here and see what we're working with. Can I just do this by hand? Yeah, I guess so. And I don't know, I don't mind spicy stuff, so my gut says keep the seeds inside, but at the same time, like, I feel like that's a little brave. I think we'll take the seeds out. If anything, we know this is gonna add heat. If we don't have enough heat in there, I can always add another one of these. Don't use the bathroom after touching those. Yeah, good call, good call. Gonna have to do a thorough wash after. Alright, so I guess we just gonna get the seeds out this way. Seems reasonable. What is the best way to get all the seeds out? I mean, I guess I could just slice it and then... I ain't no bitch. Nah. Would rather not get chili dick, please. That doesn't sound very pleasant. I mean, I guess I can just shake it out and like gets out most of the seeds, and I guess whatever seeds are left over inside just adds a little spice, and that's not the worst thing in the world. We need to see extract seed. Oh. Really should have washed this bowl, so I gotta toss them in there. Okay, I think most of them are coming out just doing it this way. Oh, you know, I got a little bowl I can put these in. There we go. Just ensure these seeds don't just get fucking everywhere. All right, so there we go. I've mostly just emptied out this thing right here, so okay, sure. That'll do, that'll do. I'm trying my very hardest to not do too much touching of these seeds, just to not get my hands too radioactive. All right, so let's just repeat this process. I'm gonna use, like I said, six of these, and then probably just one of those. I don't think more than one is gonna be necessary. I've never cooked with one of those specifically before, so I don't know exactly how hot it's gonna be, but my suspicion, just based on looking at it, is it's probably rather hot. Maybe we'll take a little taste test here in a second. Very small one. Small and careful one. All right. So just kind of shake those bad boys out. I guess I will still have to rinse these, but we'll just do it all at once instead of one at a time. Lafayette Motor Speedway is off to an early race. Yeah. Just typical Midwestern douchebags. Look how cool my truck is. Classic. I don't even live particularly close to the road. It goes to show you just how much they're being obnoxious. Can make a killer hot sauce now? Oh my. Yeah, like I said, I've never really, in any of my cooking adventures so far, worked with dried chilies. And if this turns out well, then I'll have plenty left over, that's for sure. So I'll be kind of excited to maybe try some other stuff out with them while I still have them. I mean, I guess these probably don't go bad all that quickly just because they're dried, but I'd want to use them at least somewhat soon after I bought it. Okay, so that's 2. Sorry, dos. Let's go with tres now. There we go. Me being the natural Spanish speaker that I am. What if I smell one of these? It doesn't like really smell that spicy. I suspect that those ones are gonna knock my socks off, but this one, like, it's got like a bit of a spice smell to it for sure. But it's not like some of those chilies that you'll whiff and just go like, oh, holy shit. These ones are more, I guess, subtle, which it's nice, it's pleasant. Very earthy. Smells good. Alright, this is numero 4. This is a rather small one. So I actually got torn on one end. So I'd call maybe like half one. If I can find like another small one, I'll probably just call that other half a whole. How many subs for me to take or just me to eat like a spoonful of this right here? Considering I don't want to ruin the entire rest of the stream, maybe it's not a great idea to do that. Oh, that's a chunker right there. You'll do 20. Nah. The problem is that's like a stream ruining thing to do, so like it would kind of suck for the rest of the stream for the short-term benefit and entertainment. Probably not the smartest idea. Come on, man. Oh, I mean, so delicate. I'm literally gonna blend these up soon, but for some reason I kind of like preserving the chili structure or integrity. Okay, that's all the seeds there. So that was, is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it was like 5, or I guess 4.5, considering that tiny one. I see another, like, essentially half one here, so we're gonna call this the other half. That'll do, pig, that'll do. This one also got, like, torn in half somehow, so that's perfect. Fair enough, 10's the final offer. 5, take it or leave it. Are those guajilos? They are, yes. Gonna be doing guajilos and ancho chilies in this little concoction here, as well as one of the chile de arbol. One of them chile de arbols. Those things. Yeah. Okay, last one. This one's all twisted up and allow me to get the seeds out of this one. Come on. Okay, this one might have more seeds in it by the time we cook it, but I don't mind having some in there. It's flavor, right? This is all twisted up, so it's a little difficult to get all of them out, but close enough. Okay, so that is approximately 6 of the now, I guess, de-seeded guajilos. Let's do the one of them anchos next. Hell yeah, brother. There you go. Those are some same ones you use for the birria. Ooh, okay. Yeah, if like I said, if this goes well, and not like I'm expecting these to taste bad because they're pretty tried and true, I would like to do some future other stuff with these chiles as well, because I do like the concept of like starting with dried chiles and turning them into a nice little tasty paste or sauce of goodness. Those sound good. Anchovy. I'm gonna smell this one too and see what the difference is. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, come on. Try not to destroy these bags so they keep somewhat intact, but I guess I could probably just put these in a Ziploc later. Maybe don't have to be so delicate, I don't know. Okay, fuck it. Alright. Ooh, these smell nice. Okay, those definitely smell like they have more spice. They definitely still have an earthy smell to them, but these ones are more... It's the... Ooh, yeah, these ones are like more rich smelling compared to these ones. These ones smell like a more like mild version, I guess, of these ones. This smells good. It almost smells like a... It's like a Mexican raisin. It's like what a raisin would smell like if it was spicy. Ancho is what Babish uses in his Kevin's famous chili. I'll try my very hardest to not spill this all over my floor once it's done. Okay. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty looking. Let's get all them seeds in it. All the guts. God, this is gonna smell so good when it's just simmering over the heat, I bet. Okay, so that's one. Like I said, we're doing 6 and 6, so 6 of these. God damn, these are chunky. Maybe, well, we'll see. We'll see. Feels like these are larger per chili compared to the guajilos, so maybe don't need all 6 for these. Still got some dirt on it too, so I guess hence why you want to rinse these off before you start cooking. Yeah, fair. Finger the chilase real quick. Oh, get in there, come on. Come on. These ones are much more wrinkly, much more ball sack textured, so they're a little bit more difficult to get the seeds out of, feels like. By the way, if your ball sack smells and or tastes like this, you should probably consult a doctor. It sounds very uncomfortable. Would not recommend. Okay, that's 2. This music makes you want chips and salsa? I can't hear the music. It's indoors right now, so like, I can't hear what my audio on my computer's playing, but I will trust that it's nice and festive right now. I will say that we are going to enjoy some chips and guac later. Unfortunately, it's kind of in the opposite order that you'd normally eat it at a Mexican restaurant, but kind of want the main food cooking first so that way I can have my chips and guac as a nice little appetizer before the main dish is served. Sometimes you use kitchen shears to cut into the dried chilies like that. Yeah, you mean like I have now in that little pack? Yeah, I mean, I could, but doing it by hand right now feels much more primal. I guess that was 3, right? Yeah. But yes, I imagine there's a faster way to do this process. Okay, that one was easy. Nice. come on out, come on out. Yeah, I really can just rip these open and then just, yeah, have these, I don't know why I'm being so delicate with these. I'm doing that as if I'm trying to keep their shape or something. Okay, so there's actually a lot less in here than there were. See, this is 4. I guess I'm just gonna use this entire, well, what does this recipe call for? It calls for 1 less ancho, and I can kind of see why now. These are, like, by volume, a lot larger than the guajilos. There's a little tiny one in here. I'll just do the tiny one and keep the one more large one as just a leftover or whatever. That'll do. That'll do. All right. And then the final one will be the one of them anchos, or I don't know. Sorry. The one of them arballs. Now these ones, if I'm not mistaken, are supposed to be like the spicy ones. They certainly have the look of the spicy ones, right? They got kind of like the very long, thin look of a chili that'll blow your fucking socks off. So, should we take like maybe a small preview bite to see what we're working with? Holy fuck. Okay, that's not just, like, I just, like, ate off, like, a tiny little tip of this shit. My god, man. That shit's fucking radioactive, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. One of those is fine. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, that's warm. Maybe just get, like, a whole one, though, just so that way we don't get skemazzed on the one bite that we just took out of it. Yeah, one of these will do fine. Do I bother taking the seeds out? I don't know how possible that is. It just kind of crumbles in my hand if I do that, but okay, there we go, that works. All right, here we go. Okay, cool. So, yeah, one of those is fine. That'll do, that'll do. Almost a stream ender. Well, I was very conservative with that. I made sure not to just bite into the entire thing. That could have been a stream ender. Oh, my tongue's on fucking fire right now. All right, so let's go rinse these off, shall we? Because we need to get them undirtied, and then we can start simmering these bad boys. If I was a smart man, I would add a bowl for these. I got a strainer. I guess that'll work. Actually, I could literally just... the strainer's fine. Okay. Yeah, is my strainer nasty as fuck? Yes, it is. Don't judge. Yours probably is too. All right, here we go. Follow me. Let's chat too. All right. So I think we just have to rinse these and that's it. I think once I rinse them, then they're good to go back out and we can start doing the thing. Cool. God, it is so tempting to, like, scratch my eyeball or something, but I know it's a bad idea. I'm gonna resist the urge. Yeah, I gotta wash that blender too. Okay. All the dirt out of there. There definitely was a significant amount of dirt on these, so yeah. Don't really want to eat that. As much as be good for my mineral counts. Whew, man, when you soak it in water even, you can kind of, I don't know, vaporizes the spice a little bit. Smells nice though. Okay, I'm also gonna wash this blender real quick since we're gonna need this shortly as well for these chilies right here. Okay, so Next thing we're going to do is we're going to fire up the skillets, cover these in water, and then let them simmer for a bit, so that way we get a nice little spicy chili broth, if you will. That will then ultimately put it into this blender, blend up into a nice little chili slurry paste thing, and then have that be the base of our chili, which at least seems like, smells like it's going to be extremely tasty. We'll find out. All right, that one. Yeah, okay. Yeah. How exciting. Hey, Joel. Hey, buddy. So, let's say we fire up our quote-quote stove, shall we? Let's do it. All right. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. What do I do with these seeds? Oh, this is definitely leaking all over the place. Whoa. Stay. Yeah, these seeds, it's organic, it's fine. We can grow some chili plants out on the back later. Surely they grow here in the warm, sunny skies of Indiana, right? Those birds are going to come down later, probably try to eat those, and we're going to be in for a very rude awakening. All right. Anyways, I definitely spilled chili juice all over my laptop. Excellent. Good luck going through a bag of chili arbol. Yeah, I think those ones will probably be a little longer lasting than the rest. I don't really know what I'll use them for, but they were cheap, so I'll have them if I need them for spicing up, I don't know, something. Birds can't sense capsaicin, can they not? Okay, well, perfect. Then it's a win-win. The birds get to enjoy some seeds, I got to dump them out. Awesome. All right, so we've had our little electric stove waiting here patiently this entire time. We can finally fire it up. Stay. All right, so we're gonna put this in a little deep-walled skillet, like so. The blender to the side for now. We'll use this later. All right. Last time we saw this little electric skillet heating element, we were doing the ghetto smoker. It didn't work very well. Hoping for more success this time. Put you there for now. All right. Oi. Okay. So, what does this say to do? Let's see. Move the stems, blah, 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 blah. Place chilies in a saucepan, cover with broth, bring to a boil, reduce heat, simmer. Okay, so we're supposed to, pretty straightforward. Put these chilies in a saucepan, cover with broth, and we're just literally just gonna get to a boil, and then, yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay, cool. Problem is, like, everything these chilies touch is gonna be, like, radioactive now, so I gotta be careful, like, whatever I put in these from now on. Also, it's making a fucking mess and getting everywhere, dude. God damn it. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to regret doing this one outdoors. This would have been so much easier to just do inside my kitchen, but it's more scenic out here, right? Hopefully you guys can forgive me. All right, so finally now we get to use that chicken broth that we had to juggle earlier. This is 4 cups specifically of chicken broth that we're gonna cover this with. Assuming the pan is plenty large for this, right? It is. Excellent. All right, and then let's bring it to a boil, right? So I think we'll just crank her to max, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo. Let's not spill that or have that get into our eye or anything. I put the spicy one in there, right? I did, yeah. So the idea of what we're trying to do here, I think, is like basically make a chili broth. Like we want to simmer the chili so that way they get nice and soft, so that we can blend them, and then also we want to infuse the liquid with the chili flavor, so that way we can incorporate that later and get it nice and hearty. Ah, yes. All right. So, well, that does its thing in the meantime. We can also start prepping the veggies that we're also going to cook up pretty soon, Tim. Which includes an onion, so let's start with that. Get out of here. Oh shit. Man, my old phone that I use is like my little chat phone. Its battery is struggling at this point. We've only been going for what, like an hour and 20 minutes so far? It's gone from 100 to 14% battery. I'm gonna need to plug that in. Hold on. This is probably the record for the amount of times I've gone indoors during an outdoor cooking stream. My apologies once again. Where the fuck is my cable? Found it. With any luck, it'll lead to at least a tasty result. All right. Hello. Are we eating burnt chilies today? Hopefully not burnt. Hopefully they'll be, at least by the end of this, rather tasty. Eventually what we're going to do is combine the chilies with the meats and all the other tasty stuff and hopefully get a nice little hearty, thick chili out of it. Fingers crossed. Okay, so while we're waiting, like I said, let's prep the onion. Let's get that out. I think we just dice this onion into like kind of standard onion size. Oh, right, yeah, shit, I'm gonna probably need to use this for the veggie bowl. The big bowl is being used right now because it's harboring the
These are my favorite
the corn cake stuff, so I gotta wash this. God damn it, what's up, DJR, coming into the sub? Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and be me off cam for half of this cooking stream fund. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Once again, probably should have done this cooking stream indoors, but the indoor cooking streams, they're just, I don't know. I've done plenty of indoor cooking streams before, but they're just not as special. I don't know, but maybe that would have been the play this time. Oh well. Hopefully you guys can still be entertained by the soothing sounds of my voice when I'm off cam. All right, the onion. Is this going? Is this heating up? Last time we had this issue, like an issue with this thing where it's, I think it's gone. Where it shut itself off because I think the ghetto smoker I was using was smothering and it was overheating, like the coils was overheating. But I think that was only because like the tray I was using was so large, whereas like this is a more traditionally sized pan that should give it plenty of airflow and make it fine. Should be fine. Okay, so yeah, onion. There you are. What's that beverage? We're enjoying some cerveza, specifically Pacifico. Cheers. Tastes like beer. It's fine. I'd say it's very similar to Modelo, which is not a bad thing. Modelo's tasty. All right. So no, you don't have to prep many veggies for this. Like the good news about this, that chili, it's very just meat and it's gonna be mostly this, like mostly that and meat heavy. Like besides that, really just doing like an onion, a jalapeno, and just like spices, and that's about it. Nice and easy. All right. I don't know how sharp this knife is. I'm only using this as like the gimmick, because it's the one that came with our little exciting pack here. But in reality, I'd probably just in the future go back to using my good knife. All right. Also, yeah, this cutting board, I like the portability of it, but it's not nearly large enough for really anything besides like small veggie cutting, which, I mean, for this onion it's fine, but I'm gonna have to season the meat pretty soon. It's probably not gonna get the job done for that. Oh shit, we're steaming up, baby. Okay, okay. One thing is you gotta make sure like all the chilies ideally are covered in there. Hopefully they'll, once they start cooking a bit, I guess they'll get more uniformly engulfed by the broth. I guess I could just add extra water in there if I absolutely have to. That'd work too. I think I even have some extra chicken broth I could probably add as well. Just tune in post-workout with your protein smoothie. What's on the menu? Hell yeah, dude. We are making some chili Colorado, along with some Mexican sweet corn cake and some chips and guac. I'm not making the chips, but I'm making the guac. We'll do that later. Little comfy Mexican restaurant theme tonight, in case you couldn't tell with the music. All right. I'm not really going to try to like super finely dice this onion. I think a rough dice is going to be completely fine because we're ultimately just going to... Oh, this knife is not sharp at all, dude. Oh, Monka Giga. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely just going to go with a rough dice in that case. Ultimately, we're just going to saute this in a pan anyway, so the exact consistency of the onion does not matter that much. I think last time I did an outdoor cooking stream is when I sliced the shit out of my finger, right? So let's not make it two in a row. Careful, SpongeBob. Oh man, I'm tempted to just go get my good knife. I'm kind of already over the novelty and gimmick of using the shit knife. Yeah, I'm getting my... Fuck that knife, I'm getting my good knife. Alright. Nope, not cutting our fingers today. Or if we are, I'd rather do it with my good knife. At least I'd rather have a premium finger slice instead of a really messy, rough one. Shoutouts to my grandma, by the way. She got me this nice little knife cover for my good knife, so there we go. All right, yeah, no incidents, please. Back inside, yeah, should really just start a counter for it. All right, let's wipe this knife off. Yeah, I'm gonna respectfully not ever use this knife ever again. This knife, it's better than nothing, but yeah, not exactly the highest quality ever. Too bad too. I like this little sheath that it's got, but oh well. Ain't nobody got time for using shit knives. I'm something of a professional chef, so nothing but the best for me. There we go. The good shit. Get a knife sharpener? I mean, I have one, but I'm not gonna try to sharpen a shit knife when I can just sharpen an actual good knife like I already have. Ugh, trying to cut things at this angle is also terrifying, so I mean, this knife is better, but it's still not ideal if I'm being honest at this angle. Much better to do this when you're standing directly over it. Careful, SpongeBob! Ah. I probably should sharpen this knife. I haven't sharpened this one in a while, actually. That's alright, just be careful, it's fine. Okay, it's starting to boil there. Nice. Whew, yeah, that steam blowing in my face smells very nice. Smells tasty, man. Looking forward to this. I've never made chili from just like literally chilies, right? I've always just made some chili that was like, just used chili powder as its base, which still good, obviously, but this is definitely very, very primal, very raw. I like it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stand for this. This is terrifying. Yeah, this cutting board's also equally shitty, unfortunately. It just bothers me that it's not flat. I mean, that's really what takes away from the experience the most, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Thankfully, not too many veggies to prep today. Just the onion, really, and the jalapeno, and I think that's it. Thank God, because, yeah, this setup's a little ghetto. Okay, that's one half of the onion down. One terrifying half to go. Temu slop from Sister Dali. Well, I mean, like, the little carrying case, I think, is the main appeal of what she got me. Like, the stuff that came inside of it is probably not guaranteed to be high quality, but the carrying case is what matters. The extra stuff inside is just a nice little bonus. It's not like the stuff inside was, like, stuff that I didn't have, right? So it's like, it's all stuff that I have already that is arguably better quality, or probably not even arguably, is just definitely better quality, but it's all Gucci. It's all Gucci. Okay. That's 1/2. Alright, so this is definitely boiling, so let's take this down to a simmer. We're supposed to let this simmer for like 20 minutes, it says. What time is it now? 4:30. So chat, just give me like a little like wee 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 streamer, ding 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 at about like 50 past the hour. All right. That'll be the time to take this off the heat. Smells good already, I can tell you that. It smells very earthy, like I said. That's the kind of impression I get from these chilies. Very earthy flavor. Or scent, I guess. Bruh. Let me dry this onion off. I'm worried my fingers are gonna slip here and I'm gonna slice my fucking fingers off, man. Terrifying. Okay, better. That's still simmering? We're good, it is. All right. See some bubbles. My temptation is to add like salt and pepper into there, but I'm gonna hashtag trust the process, especially since I've never cooked with these before. I assume they're not lacking on flavor, so it's probably fine. Oh, careful, SpongeBob. Yeah. You know, you would think after all these years of doing these cooking streams, my knife skills would have improved. Still terrible. Still have no idea what I'm doing. I'm sure anybody who actually knows how to properly handle a knife still cringes at it, but... oh well, usually it's enough to get the job done well enough. Okay. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. We've successfully not sliced our fingers off. How exciting. Very cool. Alright, that is definitely stopped. Come on, turn back on. Okay, let's do the jalapeno next. Nice. Hey, Joel. Hey, buddy. Cheers, boys and girls. I'm not drinking nearly often enough. I'm finding myself in that classic cooking stream mode where I'm just like, I gotta do stuff. I can't fall behind. I don't want to take too long, and then I forget to actually like enjoy myself. That's my bad. Slow down, streamer. Enjoy the vibes. All right. Up next, a little cheeky jalapeno. The recipe calls for a half jalapeno. I ain't no pussy little bitch, so I'm gonna do a whole jalapeno. Jalapenos aren't spicy. If you think jalapenos are spicy, then I don't really trust you. Or you're just like the whitest person in existence. Or both. Jalapenos are fucking delicious, especially when you cook them with onions. Whew, tasty. Don't trust someone who's like, jalapenos, that's too spicy, I don't want to eat that. Huh? I've ever had a problem with my mic not working with my phone while I'm using Video Ninja? I don't know what Video Ninja is. My mic not working with my phone? Well, keep in mind, like the setup that I have right here, since I'm just like at my apartment, just on the balcony, is I actually have the mic hooked up to my computer, not my phone right now, so that way the audio just goes directly to the PC instead of having to go to the phone. When I'm on location, if I'm like remote somewhere like at a campground, then yeah, then it's hooked up to my phone. But I don't use the software that I use is Streamlabs, so it's not. It's, I don't know what Video Ninja is. So yeah, I can't help you there. I don't know. Dice this bad boy up. Make our adorable little matchsticks. Come on. Man, I do need to sharpen this knife. This knife is not particularly sharp at the moment. I will admit that's on me. Can you plug the burner into the laptop and cook with fire? Something tells me the laptop might not have the wattage necessary for that. Just a hunch. Is it wattage or voltage? I can never remember which one's the proper term there. One of the two. I think it's wattage. There's also amps. I don't know shit about electricity, man. As far as I'm concerned, electricity is just fucking magic. It's funny how, like, yeah, we know that as humans it's like a quantifiable thing, but unless you actually, like, know, like, specifically, like, the super nerdy physics behind electricity, it might as well be fucking magic. You just plug things into the wall and things magically just have power and they just magically work. It's capable of, like, fooling rocks into thinking and turning them into computers. I don't know how the fuck that shit works, man. Magic, man. Okay, there we go. Jalapeno has been diced. Nice. Ultimately, what we're going to do is we're going to... Actually, let's just literally do the next step. Next step is going to be we need to season and then prep the beef, which we're then going to brown the beef. It's going to be right around when this is done. We're going to brown the beef in a separate pot, and then you're going to take that out, put that onto a plate, and then we'll saute the onion plus jalapeno in like the little beef juices and the beef goodness that's left over in the pot. And then while that's happening, then we'll blend up the chili stuff, so that way we get our nice little paste, put the beef back in, pour the paste on, throw in the spices, and then boom, we got a stew cooking. Cool. It's one good looking sturgeon. I agree. Hey Joel. Hey buddy. Okay, next up. Let's prep the meat, shall we? So when I say prep the meat, what I mean is we got to basically just salt and pepper it and put some flour on there, so that way it gets nice little crust on it when we throw it into the pot. So I just bought stew meats from the grocery store. I know in the past when I've used a recipe that says like use stew meat, it's probably more cost efficient to go to like a butcher and get something like, I think it's like a beef shoulder or something, and I think you can just cut it up yourself, but I was lazy. I just got the pre-cubed, pre-cut stuff. We're calling that good enough for today. In the future, if I do something with stew meat, maybe I'll be a bit less lazy, but this will get the job done. Is it the cheapest way to buy meat like this? No, especially when you consider that like stew meat used to be like dirt fucking cheap, and nowadays it's $9.46 a pound. Absolute scam, but whatever, it's all right. It's a business expense anyways, right? So this recipe calls for 2.5 pounds of stew meats. They don't sell 2.5 pounds, nor do they sell half-pound increments. They only sell 1 and 2 pounds. So this is 2 pounds, and then this is 1 pound. So I'll just add half of this and call that good enough. Have some left over for something. More worth to buy chuck roast in pieces and slice it up. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was just worried about going like this taking too long if I added yet another step of like cubing all the meats, because if there's anything I've learned about myself when it comes to cooking streams over the years, it's that I take fucking forever to cook anything. So over the years I've learned to like find like if there's like a time-saving strat I can use during the cooking stream, it's probably for the best that I just take it. So that way we don't spend an hour trying to dice meat on stream. As much as I'm sure you guys would love to see that. Turn that down a little bit. Okay, so like I said, we need to, yeah, this is ideally would be the part where I have like a larger cutting board. Do I just You know, I could do this on a plate, actually. Let me do that. I was gonna say I could get my large cutting board from indoors, but I don't want to go inside again if I don't have to. Lame as fuck. Just use our paper plate here. This cutting board is just not, it's just not it, dude. It's unfortunate, man. It's a shame, because it fits perfectly into our little pack here, but unfortunately it's just not the highest quality. Allah kind of did us dirty here. All right. So we need to salt and pepper these. I'm just trying to make it so these aren't as crowded inside the little packaging. Let's do about half and half. I will say this. Okay, so you're supposed to get like about half-inch cubes. It says not all of these are half-inch cubes. Like this is a rather large chunk, so I think I will at least kind of slice this up a little further than it already is. It's the same with the off-piece cuts that used to be leftovers with things like beef cheeks, tongue, and oxtail. They're costing about the same as prime stuff like ribeyes now. Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert on this topic, but are there any cheap cuts of beef left? Like, are there any parts of the cow that they don't overcharge for nowadays? Or any, like, parts where it's just, like, that are still good, that, like, aren't an arm and a leg? No pun intended. I don't know. But, yeah, kind of unfortunate. It's just another example of, like, of a baby boomer would be like, well, back in my day, this was super cheap. And it's like, well, not anymore, Grandpa. Well, everything's expensive as fuck. Very exciting. All right. Anyways, I guess this cutting board's back because we do want to slice some of these. So yeah, this one, just cut that bad boy in half, I'd say. Because we want, like, I think all these pieces to be bite-sized approximately. That's kind of the consistency and the eating experience we're going for is bite-sized hunks of meat. Most of these, I think, are already kind of bite-sized. Just a few of these are a little large. Problem with this little mini stove thing, it's like there's not, it's either on or it's off. It doesn't really have a, it feels like it doesn't really have a temperature control, like where like the coil is like either medium heat or high heat or low heat. It just feels like the coil's either like on at high or it's off, and creates for something of an inconsistent heating experience, which is a little annoying. Okay, all these nice size. I think most of these look fine. That's a little large. Did I see your whiskey comments above? Kind of interested to see what I think of Orkney whiskeys. I did not. My bad, dude. Let's see. Just joined. Got some Scapa 10 years for your birthday today, which will happy birthday, which you will now drink in someone's honor. It's an Orkney whiskey. I know there's a Scotch that I know of that comes from Orkney. Which one is it? I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know I've never had the one that you're trying, so let me know how it is. Is it a peated Scotch or is it a non-peated Scotch? I'm sure it's going to be good either way, honestly, but I am indeed a peated Scotch enjoyer, so bonus points, I guess, if it's peated. Just about to take your first sip. You'll post pics on my Discord later. Sounds tasty, dude. Sounds good. I will be happy to take a look. Okay. Well, I told myself, like, oh, I'm going to save time and not having to worry about slicing the meats. Well, here we are, but... oh, well. Wishful thinking, I guess. Still, I guess, save some time. Just maybe not as much as I was thinking. I think this meat is kind of cubed in a way where it's expected more for like beef stew and not like a chili consistency, which is understandable. And that's still a little large, but it's fine. What are we cooking? We are cooking some chili Colorado with a side of Mexican corn cake and chips and guac. No shit. The corn cake is already prepped. I just need to put that into the oven once it's time. Basically, once we're starting to simmer the chili here, we'll throw that in the oven. And then we'll, in the meantime, while the corn cake is baking and the chili is simmering, we'll prep the guacamole. for our enjoyments. And when I say our, I'm talking about my enjoyments. You don't get to eat any of it, but you get to watch me eat it, so that counts for something, right? Oh, careful now. Alright, how are we doing here? I think most of the rest of these pieces are already fine. A few more in there that we can keep a little bit more, but just about right. So right now what we have here in the pot right here, or the skillet, whatever you want to call it, is the chilies, what were originally dried chilies that were now simmering there in the liquid, so that way we can blend it up and make a nice little tasty chili paste. Looking forward to that. That one only needs, I guess, about 4 more minutes until it's good to go. Then we'll take that off the heat and start working on the beef. Which ideally I should have been already seasoned, but the slicing process taking a little bit longer than I assumed it would, because I assumed I got to skip this process. Rip. Okay. That being said, I think all these pieces are about good now. This one. Oh shit, I still got that other package too. Fuck me. Okay, that's fine. I guess I can just work on that one while I brown this one. Alright, cool. Whew. Forgot how tiring it is to work on this table when you're sitting at this low angle. A lot better to use a counter. Weird. What the hell is this pan? What, this? I don't know, stainless steel thing? True OGs know the first time I ever used this pan. True stream homies know the first cooking stream that this ever got utilized on. Spoiler alert, it was for a chili. If you remember what, you get a gold star. These are definitely softening up nicely right now. The liquid is liquid's also reducing to a nice, dark, thick, rich liquid that's going to be very tasty, I'm pretty sure. Should make sure that these are all softening uniformly so they'll blend up nicely. Looking good, looking good. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna actually spread the meat across these two little things so I can season them evenly. Looks like what they put the food in at Panda Express. What, this? Well, considering I'm a Panda Express enjoyer, I'm gonna take that as a compliment. God, it's been a while actually since I've had Panda. It's gonna be about time pretty soon. I should do a Panda Express cooking stream sequel. We did the OG when I did the orange chicken and the broccoli beef, and it was very tasty. But I wouldn't mind doing a Panda Express sequel, essentially as an excuse to have Panda Express or something that tastes very similar to Panda Express. I guess the only problem is, like, whenever I go to Panda Express, I always get the same thing, like, every time. So, like, if I did a sequel, I guess I'd have to cook something different than my normal stuff, and then I'd be less familiar with comparing it. All right, so let's season the beef. Let's go with some salt and pepper, and then some flour. Right? Season says salt and pepper and sprinkle with flour. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's do it. The pepper. Let's be nice and generous.
Streamer, it's not freshly cracked. If it's not pepper from the Himalayas and it's not shit that came straight out of some sort of like Nepalese market, it's not gonna be good enough. Whatever, dude. Pepper from the generic McCormick little can gets the job done well enough. Fucking bougie motherfuckers trying to sell us the absolute scam that is freshly ground black pepper, or freshly cracked pepper. Like, get out of here. This stuff, it tastes like pepper, it's fine. Okay. Salt. It's not freshly cracked, it's ruined. Streamer, where's your crack? If you're not sprinkling crack directly on your meat, it's not gonna be good.
I know. Sorry, boys. Fresh out of crack today. That being said, we're at least using some fancy-ass kosher salt. Hopefully that gives me points at least for something. Okay. Got to flip this over then and do the thing on the other side as well. Oh, shit. Chat, you're not doing the thing. Thankfully I noticed, but... Are we going to let our chilies turn into just slop? Our chili's about to turn into very sad piles of overcooked sludge. It's not very nice of you. Okay, let's take this off the heat. So this I'm going to want to let cool down for a bit. Ideally, where do I put this? Like, I want to take it off the heat so I can start heating up the pot here soon. But where do I put this that doesn't burn the shit out of something? Just let this cool down for a couple minutes. I need to finish seasoning this anyway, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Fuck, I gotta put flour in this shit too. Oh boy. I don't know if it's like me specifically. It probably is partially me specifically, but it seems like whenever recipes tell you what the prep time for a dish is, the recipe assumes like, oh, you've done this like 20 times already, right? Like, oh, this is something you can just do with your eyes closed, right? The prep time, I think, for the chili here, I want to say the recipe says like 30 minutes or something. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way, dude. What's up, Morocco coming out with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets Doritos and Cooking Fund. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you're enjoying, man. Hopefully you're enjoying the comfy vibes out here. I am. It's taken a while, as it always does, but the good news is we're not in a rush. I don't have anything else to do today. Hopefully you guys don't either. The website says 15 minutes of prep. Yeah, there you fucking go. Crazy, man. Look, I get it. I'm not very fast at cooking. I'm aware of that. I acknowledge that. But even with that being said, 15 minutes to prep this? Bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure even like the world's most professional chef cannot prep this in 15 minutes. Like, get out of here. All right. So that has been salt and peppered. So now we just got to sprinkle this with flour. Oh, it's starting to rain. Huh, neat. Okay, is this good enough to put up here? That's probably fine. Okay. Let's get out our pot that we're going to be browning the meat in, and then also ultimately just cooking the entirety of the chili. Like so. I assume I need to preheat this, right? Add oil to a skillet over medium-high heat. Once hot, add the meat and cook. Yeah, okay. So let's add a little oil to that bitch. I'm not going to measure, just going to kind of whirl the fuel craft it, like so. Heat that bad bitch up. Want to get nice and hot so that way we can just sear the meat. Don't need to fully cook it, at least initially. Once again, with this silly little mini heating element thing, like, feels like anything, there's nothing between like super high heat and nothing, but we're gonna try our best. All right. Let's flour the meat. Now, like I said, I still have like extra stew meat that left over that I'm also gonna need to also season, but we'll do that once we're browning the initial round of meat here, I guess. All right, so put that off to the side, get our flour out, which is somewhere, there it is.
Gordon Ramsay would do it in 7 minutes.
Well, I mean, obviously I could do this a lot faster in a kitchen and not just my my balcony, but even then, in the kitchen, I guarantee it'd take me at least probably still 45 minutes. Here's the part where I get flour over literally everything on my table. Nice, nice, nice. There's might be some sort of measured amount of flour you're supposed to use for this, but I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this. For those tracking your macros out there, well, sorry. Can't really track this. Then we'll have to flip these over and do it all over again on the other side. I feel like this is not a very uniform layer of flour, but I don't get the job done well enough, I'm pretty sure. I frankly don't even know what the flour adds to this process, like why this apparently does a better job of browning the meat compared to just putting it in without the flour, but I assume it must do something, otherwise it wouldn't tell me to, so. Once again, hashtag trust the process, I guess. Oh fuck, my shoulder's tired from trying to lift stuff at this angle, dude. Not a fun angle to try to cook and lift stuff at. Ugh. Guess there's a reason why chefs, generally speaking, cook when they're standing at a counter and not sitting here at a tiny little folding table and on a camping chair. Weirdly, it's a little less comfortable this way. Who could have seen that coming? Okay. It's mostly good. Usually I can even prep it if I'm at a campground, it's one of those full-sized campground tables. It's not that bad, but I will admit that this table is a very kid-sized table. Not really optimal for an adult. It's compact, I can fit in a lot of stuff, that's why I use it, but not the most ergonomic, that's for sure. Okay. It's getting nice and hot. I think we're ready to add probably some of that to the pot now. Fuck it. Okay. Oh. Let me give you a nice little close-up of what's about to go on here. Wait. Oh, let's do it. Wait, did I do both sides already? No, shit. Hold on, hold on, hold on. That's now getting way too hot, I'm pretty sure. All right, quick, hurry, hurry, hurry before the oil burns. This is probably way too much flour. It's probably super excessive, but you read the title of the stream, right? Flour creates a bit of extra crust and thickens the entire thing a bit. Sure. I'll take your word for it. That's a sound. Okay, okay. Don't want to overcrowd this. I think I can fit all this inside though. That looks fine. Damn, it's like raining now. Holy shit. Glad I got a roof over my head. As long as it doesn't get windy and doesn't start blowing the rain onto the balcony, it's fine. So, at the moment, it's fine, and so if it stays this way. Okay, can you hear that rain? Cozy. Hell, I'll give you a rain cam. It's gonna add to the vibes, actually. Cozy. Alright, that is not browning nearly fast enough or well enough. I haven't used this little heating element to be super intimately familiar with how it heats. It's like whenever you use a stove that you've never used before, whether it be like in a kitchen or else or otherwise, it always takes a while to learn what the heat levels of a stove is and what you need to, what levels equal what heat. This one I'm definitely still not used to yet. Let's turn that one up a bit. Okay, and in the meantime, we can probably prep the other stew meats. Oh. Now, like I said, don't need to use all of this. We only need to use about half of it because the entire thing that we just did right there was 2 pounds. So we just need to add an extra ½ pound for the additional ½ pound to get to the 2.5 number that the recipe calls for. So about half of this. A little more. Okay, that's more than half, but that's fine. All right. Nice trick for this, add meat and flour to the bag and shake it. Yeah, that'd have been smart. That would have been smart. I'm not a smart man. What I am, though, is out of beer. That's a problem. Let me fix this real quick. Oy. We got another cerveza waiting for us. Good news. Okay. Oh shit, yeah, that meat's going now. There we go. Get a nice little brown on there. Nice, nice. I don't know about a crust, but smells good. Looks good. Not sure I've ever done a stream where it was raining outside. Normally that doesn't bode well if you're like outside, but I guess when you got a roof over your head, it's not so bad. As long as it's like a comfy light rain, it's no big deal. If it was like a thunderstorm where everything's blowing around in your face, that'd be a little more problematic, I guess. God. Very primal, man. Just cooking meat over heat. Smells good, sounds good, looks good. Oh. Definitely connects you with your inner caveman. Alright. Let that do its thing for a couple more minutes, then we'll swap it out for that batch, and in the meantime, let's continue prepping, oh yeah, the last batch. Kind of cozy level of rain. Yeah, this is perfect right here. I guess it kind of stops, but I don't love rain as much as I love snow. Snow is like the truly, truly magical thing for me, but rain is a nice... It's a poor man's snow, I'll give it that. It's still better than nothing. Rain is definitely one of those things where I definitely don't want to be outside, like, in it, though, when it's raining. Like, I'd rather be indoors watching it, whereas, like, snow, I don't mind walking around in the snow because it doesn't get you wet. But yeah, as long as you're indoors, or in my case, I guess, covered by a roof, and you're not soaking wet, yeah, rain is cozy. I'm down. I'm down. Also, as long as it's not like freezing. If it's like 35 degrees outside and raining, that's pretty fucking depressing. But right now it's like, I don't know, I think it's like the mid 50s or something, so perfectly acceptable. We take that, we take that. Okay. I think that beef's probably ready to take out. Come on. Alright. Yeah, perfect world. I have a spoon for this or something. Oh, there was a ladle. That doesn't really work. Hold on, I got something for this indoors. Alright, back indoors we go. Yeah, I know. Okay. Nice and brown tomato. Cool. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Got a nice bunch of nice little brown bits on the bottom of the pot now too, and we'll add to that with the next couple of batches of beef along with it. Good shit, good shit. Got a tasty beef fat in there as well. Yes, sir. Little preview. That's good to me. Okay. Next batch, in you go. Okay, just to heat up again, I guess. That didn't sizzle at all when I threw it in there. Buddy. Okay, well, in the meantime, we can season the rest of this meat. Rain while indoors is cozy as fuck. There's nothing better than laying down to sleep at night. And it's like raining heavily outside, and you get the patter of rain on the roof as you try to sleep, like the. Oh yes, yes. Absolute nirvana. That is like the only advantage rain has over snow, like the sound it makes when it's like hitting the roof when you're indoors. Okay. Salt and pepper these bad bitches. Okay. Come on. Good news is I feel like this is a pretty forgiving process. Like, you're not super worried about adding too much or too little. It'll all ultimately get blended into the chili liquid anyways pretty soon. Oh, that's going. Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go, baby. Now, the recipe actually says, like, during this process, this is the part where I should be like, okay, make sure that you're blending your chilies while you do this part. Yeah, so, ain't nobody got time for that, but we'll just blend them when we get the chance. Oh, now I should probably, is also around the time where I should probably start preheating the oven for the corn cake. Kind of dark out here. Stay. Anyways, in the meantime. Oh, I just say corn cake? Hell yeah, brother. One of them woke-ass liberal Mexican corn cakes, though. What the fuck? Where's my goddamn American corn cake? Jokes aside, I'm very much looking forward to the Mexican corn cake. Even just eating it like before it was baked was already ridiculously tasty. Okay. We just do the same thing the other side, and then the meat is officially finished being prepped, and then all we gotta do is cook the rest, and then blend the chilies. Then we'll incorporate everything. Put the corn cake in the oven. Oh, then the hard work's done, honestly, and then at that point all we have to do is just throw some guac together, which will just be quick and easy and tasty. Guac is honestly more of like a time killer activity for today. Not the main event. Can't you put the meat into a bowl of the white stuff? As in the flour? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, put a bunch of flour into the plate and then roll it around. Yeah, a smart person would have done that, but you're making the mistake of thinking that I'm a smart person, which is not true. Very much incorrect, I'm afraid. What's the stats on that knife? I don't know, you'd have to ask Armadillo on that one. Not a natural knife enjoyer like he is. Whatever, this works well enough. It's fine. Okay. Okay, let's flip that meat in there. Oh yeah, nice and brown in there. Ooh, beautiful color in one of these. Here, let me show you what that's looking like. Oh, wait, come on. That's what you call a fucking crust right there, baby. Oh, buddy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Looks tasty to me. All right, this only needs like another minute or so. We'll take that up. A lot of meat, yes, sir. The last thing you want to have in your dish is a shortage of meats. There's nothing sadder than like cooking some dish that's like meat-based and it's not meaty enough. I enjoy putting bountiful amounts of meat into my body, so I'm certainly not going to skimp, that's for sure. All right, hey. Give that like a minute, take that out, throw the last batch in, that's good to go. Go. Cheers, boys and girls. I'm not drinking this beer nearly fast enough, to be honest. I gotta say, I'm tempted to do a little bit more quality control here. Oh, that's so fucking good. Maybe my meal tonight should literally just be just like, I should just call this done and be like, all right, I'm gonna grab a fork. Eat those. Fuck, man. Alright. This one's about done. Excellente. Oh, yo, yo. Absolutely beautiful color on these ones. These ones got more of a crust than the first batch for sure, which is a very, very tasty thing. Both for the beef itself, and then also for the scrapings on the bottom of the pot that will ultimately get infused into the veggies as well as the chili. Cool. Okay, let that reheat a little bit. And in the meantime, I guess we could start setting up the blender. We're gonna have to move Joel here pretty soon because we're running out of table space. Let me. Is there anything I can take indoors that would clear up some space here? Like this. That's about it. Okay, hold on. Oh, right, yeah, preheat the oven. Glad I went inside so I can remind myself of that. Cool. Gonna have to rebust out the blender soon and do what you call the main event with the blender. The corn was just kind of a preview. All right, toss that in there. How are we doing? That just splattered fucking everywhere. Awesome. Yeah, not hot yet. Oh. All right. So the next part's once we finish, like I said, with this. I guess this is also the part, like I said, where I could start prepping the blender. We're gonna blend up the chilies. Wait, no. Shit. Yeah, I mean, okay, we can blend up the chilies. That's fine. And then we're gonna, after the meat's done, we'll take that out, put in the onions plus the jalapenos, cook that. We're gonna add the seasoning, I think, in the meantime, while we do that. Saute it, blah blah blah, and then once the onions and jalapenos are cooked. Oh wait, no. Oh, okay, shit. The recipe says as the onions cook, pour the softened peppers in the broth into a blender. Then you add the sauteed onion and jalapeno and blend. Okay, so actually no, we're gonna have to saute the onions and jalapenos first. Put all that shit in a blender and then wait until the onions and jalapenos are done and then pour it in. Okay, yeah. All right. That'll do. Which makes it that much more silly that I put that much effort into making sure that the onions were diced properly. Doesn't matter, we're blending it anyways. All right. That's doing the thing. Okay. Extra little bit of meat in there that's hung on. Whew, it is fucking tasty. I understand that there are like some science studies out there like, oh, red meat, don't eat too much of it, oh, it'll kill you, blah, 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 but there's no denying that of all foods in existence, red meat is by far the most, how do I describe this? It's the one that makes you feel the most primal, I guess. It's the one that makes you feel like proud of the fact that you're the king of the food chain. Makes you feel proud of the fact that you're an apex predator in 2026. Oh, it just hits good, man. Just hits fucking good. I could just take a fork and just start eating this shit and call this my dinner. I'd be fine with that. Just feels right. Yeah, something about it's just so. It just scratches that basic human instinct to want to just ascend to the top of the food chain, you know? For sure, for sure. I hunted that beast. Yes, that's right. I was the one that went to the grocery store. I was the one that specifically decided to yank it off the shelf and put it into my cart. Hunted this shit down like my life depended on it. Okay, these are getting some nice color. Excelente. Excelente. After this, we get to toss in the onions and jalapenos. Go. It's gonna be a lot of food. In classic cooking stream fashion, it's just basically gonna be my dinner for the next week, which I gotta say I'm kind of looking forward to at the rate this is going.
Damn, it's pretty hot down there.
Dude, I wish this stove. I'm not a fan of this stove, honestly. Now that I've cooked with this a few times, I don't like the fact that it's either on or it's off. It really doesn't have an in between. Kind of annoying. It means you just have to constantly adjust it up, down, up, down, up, down. I do like using the propane stove since that's more adjustable with just a larger or smaller flame. Okay, these ones are just about good. These ones I think were in smaller chunks, so they're cooking faster. Alright. Oh, shit. Onto the pile it goes. Once again, beautiful color on those. Beautiful. Some nice crusting going on that we can now soak the onions and the jalapenos in, and these are going to be nice and tasty. Quality control. Yep, can confirm, they taste good. Okay, okay. Alright. Guess we just add this right in, fuck it. Do I salt and pepper that? Just a little bit. I imagine the bottom of the pan has a decent amount of salt and pepper left over from the beef, but just a tiny bit won't kill it. Come on, bud. Heat up. Heat up. Ooh, yeah, all sorts of good beef round bits in the bottom of this pot right here, so that way you can mix it up, incorporate it into the onions plus the jalapenos. That's good shit. Now I just need it to get hot, please. That would be ideal. Alright, in the meantime, while that takes annoyingly long time to get heated up, we'll set up the blender now. The meats we'll put up off to the side for now. This I'm going to take indoors actually real quick, so that way it's out of the way. Spare meats I'll use for something later. Right. And it's blender time. Out it comes again. Okay, so we are just supposed to put the entirety of the chilies into the blender as well as the liquid that was in there. Let's go now. Might add a little more oil to this pot just because it's... I'm not going to call it dry, but... There's a tiny bit more fat in there. Just a smidge. Alright. So, chilies, put into the blender. Now, we can't actually blend it up until we've got that done, because we're going to throw the onions and jalapenos into the blender as well, but... Oh, let's be careful here. Ooh, yeah, that liquid, it boiled down into like a very... I'll just show you here in a second. It boiled down into a very kind of somewhat thick and clearly very chili-infused water that I'm sure will be very flavorful. Nice. Alright, and so the water in here, you can see, like... Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah. Looks good, dude. Do I just take a slurp of this water to see what it tastes like? I feel like it looks good. Is it going to taste good on its own? How bad could it be? I mean, honestly, pretty good. Strong, but good. Okay. I thought that was going to blow my socks off, but not bad. Not bad. Can I pour this? Okay. Oh, yeah. In the blender, what are we making? We are gonna, well, we're making chili Colorado, which we're currently working on both the meat and the chilies for. Well, the chilies we're about to blend up. Once we finish with these onions and jalapenos, we'll toss that in and blend these all up at the same time. I really gotta stop eating the meat since it's supposed to be for the chili, not just for general consumption right now, but god damn, it's fucking good, dude. Fuck me. Oh yeah, and that's just gone. Alright, so we gotta wait until these are like translucent, which they're not yet, so give it another 5 minutes, I assume. We're getting there, we're getting there. But, damn, look at that combo. So eventually we're gonna just combine that, and that, and that. These two will get blended up in there and go, and then we'll throw this back into the pot there, pour the blender into there, mix it all up, and then just let it simmer for a good hour or so. And let all the flavors combine and get all nice and integrated, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Whew. Just based on the smell alone, I can tell you I've got high hopes already. It's smelling very promising, for sure. All right. And then it's basically the moment that I'm to the point where this just starts simmering and it's just we're waiting. That's also when I'm going to throw the... Oh, shit, I do have to prep the... I guess prep the pan for the corn cake, though, is the only thing. Oh, well, we're going to do that basically once we start simmering the chili, I guess. Probably, ideally, I'd be doing that now, but I'm paranoid to start that now and forget about this. Needs a little ketchup? Bro. I'm sure any Mexican in chat would be very offended by that statement. Something, what shampoo do I use? Where carbs? So the side dish that we're making is going to be Mexican sweet corn cake. We already prepped that earlier. That's already basically ready to put into the oven. I'll show you guys that process soon, but that'll be the carb to go along with it. And then in the meantime, while we wait for both of those to cook, we'll be enjoying some chips and guac. And yes, we'll make the guac. I'm not gonna make the chips, but make some homemade guac. I'm looking forward to that. All right. Almost there. The stupid stove, though, is just not the play, though, to be honest. I wonder if, like, the more... Because I'll be honest, this is like a super cheapo creepo little portable stove here. I wonder if, like, the more fancy, expensive ones actually, like, have adjustable heat, and it's not just basically on or off. This one's really annoying and just not to my liking. All right, give that a couple more minutes and it's good to go. Oy, 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 oy. I gotta say, originally hoping for like a nice sunny day, but the rain vibes are nice. It's raining and then like also getting a little foggy outside. I've never done a cooking stream when it's like this outside, so it's cozy. Cheers, chat. Kinda nice, kinda nice. All right. Basically in the PNW with that weather. Yeah, it does kind of feel that way. Missing some pine trees, but otherwise, yeah, pretty much. Okay, I think these are just about good to go. Cool.
Out of curiosity, what am I doing after this? Am I putting the meat inside? Let's see.
Okay. So yeah, basically we're just gonna blend this up and then put the meat back in, pour that in, and it's good to go. Cool. So I think we add the onions and, and jalapeno into the blender, and then we blend her up. Cool. Is it ideal that it's a plastic blender? Probably not, but it is what it is. So hopefully the amount of liquid's enough to make it nice and liquidy. And I was actually originally a little concerned that it was going to be too liquidy, but now that I see how much liquid is left, I'm thinking like, well, I'm almost wondering if it's not going to be liquidy enough. Worst case scenario, I can just add some extra chicken broth to the entire equation. That's not a big deal if I need to do that, but hoping it'll just be a nice consistency as is. By the way, I'm using a metal spoon in a non-stick pot. Not ideal, so I'm trying to be very gentle here. Really need to buy like a wooden spoon. That'd probably be a good idea. Okay. All right, well, let's blend her up. I imagine this will require a bit of mixing up in the interim here, but oh, okay. Never mind, it's just doing the thing. Nice. Well, shit, that was easy. I thought it was going to take more effort than that, but... Bro, look at this. Oh, baby. Now that looks, smells... Oh, shit. Joel, sorry, bud. Looks and smells absolutely fucking delicious. Whew. Yeah, that's good. The recipe says to strain this before you add this to the pot. I'm not gonna fucking strain it. I'm just pouring this all in. I don't mind some texture in my chili. We're just gonna send that bad boy. Send that bad bitch. Yes, sir. All right, that sauce looks amazing. Dude, it smells amazing. The thickness is amazing. Can't wait to have this like incorporate a little bit more into the beef. Ooh, spice level is good too. All right, nice. Okay, well, return the ground beef and accumulated juices back to the pot, so that back into there. Then we'll just pour the chili from the blender through the I'm not gonna bother with the strainer, into the pot, and then we're gonna add seasoning, stir well, add a bay leaf, then we'll just bring it to a slow boil and then let it simmer. Shit, okay. I can do that. Let's turn you back on. Nice work. Well, don't tell me until I'm officially done with the dish, but I gotta say, the sauce did come out quite lovely. I gotta imagine combining all this stuff together is gonna create something that's gonna be tasty, but we'll see, we'll see. Okay. The juices, as the recipe would say. And now we literally just pour this in. Cool. Oi, 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 oi. I will say the sauce is a little thicker than I assumed it would be, which is kind of the opposite problem that I thought it would have. I thought it was gonna be too thin. I don't mind that because nothing wrong with a thick sauce. I'm just a little concerned that by the time it's been cooking or simmering for like an hour, it's gonna thicken maybe a little too much, but we'll see. We'll see. Good news is it's easier to just thin it out a little. It's easy to thin it out. It'd be harder to make a sauce that's too thin thicker, but it's easier to do the other way around, so I'm not too worried about that issue. Got that rubber spatula still, right? That comes in handy. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm willing to call that good enough. Whew, that was a thick chili right there, god damn. Whew, okay, okay. Yeah, initially I was concerned, like, is this gonna be too runny? I'm not really concerned anymore, I gotta say. There's a nice and thick boy. Okay, so now we just add the seasonings. What do we need here? Add beer for water. Actually, not a bad idea. I'm gonna not add anything yet, but I think if we get to the point where it feels like it needs to be, well, does it need to be thicker? It doesn't need to simmer for literally an hour, which is a lot. Oh, that's really hot in the bottom, Jesus. Okay. You know what, man?
I don't hate your idea. I don't hate it at all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There we go. And that'll thicken up over the course of an hour and probably be just about right when the time has come. Whew, and that smells nice too. Good call, actually, on the beer. Good call. Might need to add a little bit more later, to be honest, but for now, we'll call that good enough. Anyways, let's add the spices. So, whew. Looks good. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So we need to add oregano, cumin, paprika, garlic powder, and then bay leaf. So let's do oregano. Fancy little mason jar. Friend gave this to me like a year ago. I've been storing it ever since, just waiting for the right time, and now we got it. So it calls for 2 teaspoons. I'm just gonna kind of eyeball that. Like so. And then teaspoon and a half of ground cumin, or as my dad would say, cumin. Any coomers? How much of that? Teaspoon and a half. Once again, just gonna kind of eyeball this. And then teaspoon of garlic powder. Can't go wrong with that. Teaspoon of smoked paprika. I feel like that's a little overkill, frankly, for this dish. I'm not going to go overkill on this, but if you say so. Salt and pepper, I've already had plenty. I don't think we need to add more than that, or more than we've already added. And then the bay leaf. Okay. I'm still to this day not convinced that a bay leaf does anything. I'm still skeptical of the magical power of a fucking leaf, but sure, why not? Doesn't harm it, I don't think. Alright. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna add more beer. It's a little thick still. And while I don't mind a thick chili, it does need an hour to simmer, which is a long time. There we go. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Give that an hour, that'll get nice and thick. So what time is it right now? It is 5:44. Okay. Just get that to a... It says get it to a boil. This is still so thick that like boiling this I wouldn't really call feasible, but like I guess we want it to be like bubbling is the play. And then once it's bubbling, we'll cover it. I'll cover it with like a lid, and then it'll simmer. Cool. Ooh, yeah, it's tasty. Sorry. Okay. Ooh, yeah, it's thick, and you can see how it's bubbling there, right? It's not even really liquidy enough to boil per se. It's more just like doing. Do it again. Yeah, that. Or it's going like. It's more like burping, but that's fine. All right, let me get a lid, and then we can start prepping putting like I guess the finishing touches on the corn cake and throw that in the oven. Cool. Yeah. There we go. Okay. You know what I'm going to do, Chad? I'm going to take a quick piss because this beer is going straight through me. And then we'll prep the corn cake indoors. Cool. In the meantime, you can get nice, foggy, rainy day vibes. How about that? Here, I'll move the dirty ass dishes to make it a little bit more appealing looking. Let's see, maybe get Joel in there as well. Hey, buddy. All right, be right back. Just remember, maybe don't bring the microphone unless you want to hear pissing noises, which you might, but you gotta pay extra for that. Okay. Ain't that nice out here. Alright. So, as nice as it is out here, I guess we do need to actually go inside now and get the corn cake in the oven. Is this doing the thing? Not really. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. This stove is kind of annoyingly worthless, man. At the bare minimum, I guess I'll just need to leave it on a higher temperature than I'll probably feel comfortable with, and probably just stir it more constantly than I assumed I'd have to. Imagine you have like a gas stove, and when you turn on the gas stove, instead of the flame starting off really small, and the more you crank it up, the bigger the flame gets. When you turn on this gas stove, it just immediately goes like full, like giant ass fucking flame, and there's no in between. You either have the stove completely off or giant fucking flame. There's no in between. That's basically this stove is like the electric equivalent of that. Not ideal. All right, well. Just gotta check up on this every 4 or 5 minutes probably and just stir it, so is what it is. Okay, indoors we go. The corn cake, let's see here. Should probably just take the laptop in here so that way I can just see the recipe. Fuck it. All right, we're gonna do the small indoor portion of the stream. I know, I guess we've done a few already, but this is the part where we actually need to get this shit prepped and into the oven. The dish that we're about to use for it, which is down here. Okay. Okay. In we go. Wow. All right, it's dark as fuck, but hey, look at that. Okay. So, hopefully this is still workable. Seems fine. All right, so what we need to do, use one of these little single-use cake pans here because I'm way too lazy to buy a real cake pan. The recipe says don't bother greasing the pan, you just throw the stuff in there, which makes sense because it's got a shitload of butter in here, so you assume it kind of greases itself, I guess. And then we're gonna toss it into a large 9x13 baking pan. And then put water in said large baking pan, I guess to keep it nice and moist, if you will. Okay, so first things first, a fork somewhere, maybe, I do. In it goes. All right, yeah, it's still nice and moist, cool. Once again, need a rubber spatula. I think I've got an extra one in here though, right? Yeah. This one, like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to this one. This one, it's gonna remind me of my childhood, I'm pretty sure. This one's gonna taste like going to a Mexican restaurant for our family night out, restaurant out weeknight. Ooh. Going to motherfucking El Torito, looking for, like, ordering the carne asada burrito and getting a little sweet corn cake appetizer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not really quite the coverage in this little pan that I was assuming it would be, but at the end of the day, the coverage doesn't matter as long as it tastes good. Never even heard of corn cake. Yeah, it's not really something I've ever seen outside of just like getting at a Mexican restaurant. I'd say its closest equivalent is like corn pudding that you would maybe get like a barbecue restaurant. Or just, you know, see made at a barbecue. It is similar. The only difference I think is like corn pudding at a you get like a barbecue place is maybe a little bit more firm, whereas this one's a bit more, like I described earlier, like a cross between a cake and a pudding. It's like once like the finished product in the oven is finished, it's gonna be kind of crumbly, if that makes sense. So would recommend either make the recipe yourself or just go to a Mexican restaurant and see if they have the corn cake. Very tasty. All right. So it's like cornbread, but sweet? Yeah, I mean, I would describe cornbread already as sort of sweet, but it's a little sweeter than cornbread, and then it's not quite as bready. Like I said, it's more like a half bread, half pudding situation. All right, so, says to stir this into the, just incorporate, pour into the, place into the baking pan, or place the baking pan into a 13x9 baking dish, like so. With water filled up 1/3 of the way, cover the corn cake with foil. Okay, let me just cover that now. I assume the covering portion is basically to ensure that it stays moist and retains the moisture inside there, and then the water is, I guess, doing the same thing. Sure, why not? Okay. Water. It'll get hot at some point, surely. All right. Place this in here. Oh. Okay. And then we toss it in the oven. Oven already got preheated, so we just need to toss it in there for, it's at 350 for 1 hour? It says 50 to 60 minutes, so we'll put a timer of 50 minutes, I guess. Lines up nicely with the chili, actually. Maybe our timing plan actually is going to work out the way I planned. Imagine that. It's almost as if I was like, did this timing on purpose? Huh. Weird. In you go. All right. Okay, there we go. Now, in theory, that comes out in an hour or so, and it's gonna be tasty. All right, let's check on the chili. I'm a little paranoid about that stove, or the portable stove, burning the shit out of the bottom of the pot. And then we can start making our guacamole. Oh shit, I'm looking forward to that. Okay, wash the bowl for the wok and then do the thing. Actually, probably the smaller bowl that I have out there is probably going to work a little better for the guacamole now that I think about it. There's that small bowl. Oh well, this will work fine. All right, chat, back out we go. We'll be back in, I probably won't. We'll be back in 50 minutes or so. That should do. All right. Oh, now the relaxation portion of the stream. Now we can just do some chill guac making and shoot the shit until our chili and corn cake is done. Cool. Oh, Joel, sorry. Sorry, bud. Get the, let me get chat back, 1 second. Looks foggy out. Yeah, it's definitely a very foggy, drizzly, cloudy, gloomy sort of day, but not in a bad way. I mean, to be honest, man, I love this sort of weather. I do sort of wish that it was sunny just for the the aesthetic, but if we're not going to get a sunny aesthetic for stream for like a nice little sunset, then I'll call this the next best thing. Absolutely. All right, where's my beer? There it is. All right. Okay. And now, since we're doing sort of a Mexican restaurant theme, and we've got the main courses already sizzling. After speaking of which, let me check on this. Oh, she's sizzling, all right. Yeah. While we got this sizzling, we're gonna make ourselves what you would, I guess, consider to be a traditional Mexican starter dish, which is, quite simply, some chips and guac. All right, I'm not gonna make the chips, but we're gonna make the guac, which is something I've actually made before, but especially, or particularly, I'm gonna use the recipe that we made back in the day for the Chipotle cooking stream. Chipotle guac, kind of goated, so there's really no reason to get creative with it. Right? Let's do that. All right. So, guac in this economy, I know. Not gonna be a large portion of guac, gonna be a relatively small one. The recipe that's linked in exclamation point recipes, I'm gonna make a half recipe. After all, I'm making guac for one, so, you know. So, let's bust out what you would definitely call the main attraction of the guac, the avocados. These are kind of like the smallest avocados I've ever seen in my life, but these were the best ones I could find at Walmart that weren't way too underripe. It'll have to do. Would I rather eat cold balcony chili for lunch and dinner every day for the next 3 years or play Wrath in its entirely again? My brother, if this ends up tasting as good as it's certainly seeming like it's setting up to be, I'll eat this for the entire rest of my fucking life. No strings attached. You're saying that as if like, you know, oh, cold balcony chili, you're gonna submit yourself to having to do that? Yeah, fuck yeah, I will. I'm not like the world's best cook, but like, I think that's gonna be pretty tasty. Oh no, I have to eat delicious food for an entire, what is it? 3 years. Oh no! Oh, what a tragedy. Okay, let's do it. Is balcony chili just chili cooked in a balcony? No, it was cooked in the kitchen and I took it out in the balcony and then I ate it there. Huh? What? Huh? Okay, anywho, let's do it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, it says to actually first prep the cilantro and I guess the red onion before I do the avocados. All right, hold on. Fine. Like I said, I'm making half a recipe, so... It says I only need a 1/4 cup of red onion, so in reality I need a 1/8 cup of red onion, so like basically fucking nothing. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make it in this bowl instead, never mind, not the giant bowl. Put it there for now. Okay, so I just need like a tiny little bit of red onion, like almost nothing. It's only legally allowed to be called that if it's made in the region of Balcony, France. What, do you think I'm not in France right now? Oui, oui. Bonjour. Bien sûr. J'aime le guacamole. Oui, oui. You know, I did take 3 years of French in high school. You would think that I remember like a little bit of it, right? You would think I could at least speak like a little French. You would be wrong. I don't remember jack shit. Turns out Mrs. Macy was maybe not the greatest teacher I've ever had. She tried her best, but can't say it stuck all that much. It's about an 1/8, yeah. Your Mexico immersion is ruined? Yeah, sorry. I forgot my yellow filter on the camera tonight. That's my bad. Probably should have cleaned this cutting board, but oh well. I guess there'll be some flour in our guac, whatever, dude. Yeah, this is definitely way more than 1/8 of a cup, but yeah. I'm just gonna kind of whirl field craft this. Plus onions are good. I don't mind extra onions in my guac. It's all Gucci. Chopping skills going crazy. Dude, my knife skill, like, the funny thing is, my cooking skills, since I started doing these cooking streams, like, years ago at this point, my cooking skills have definitely increased. If we want to, like, equate it to WoW, it's probably gone from, like, cooking skill of, like, 5 to maybe, I don't know, 175 now, something like that. My knife skills, however, so, like, my dagger skill, yeah, it started at 1 and now it's maybe 5. I will admit my knife skills have not really scaled all that well, but the good news is, as long as it gets chopped, it doesn't have to be perfectly shaped, it'll still taste fine. Alright, there's the onion. Nice. Yeah, admittedly probably way too much onion, but onions are good. And then the wobbly table isn't helping. Yeah, admittedly that's not ideal. Okay, and then cilantro, we're gonna take a half a bundle of cilantro, remove the leaves from the stems, dispose of the stems, roll the leaves into a tight ball and very finely mince. Okay, so we're making half recipe, so we're actually gonna do, I guess, a 1/4 bundle of cilantro. Okay. Cilantro, man. I'm not a huge cilantro enjoyer, but following the recipe, so I will make do. Call that amount good enough. I'm not one of those people who think cilantro necessarily tastes like soap, but I just think the flavor itself is like, it's okay. It's better when it's incorporated with other things. I definitely am not a huge fan of it like on its own or like as a garnish, but like when incorporated to something like guac, like or maybe like lime rice, it's fine. I guess it has its place. That's about the highest compliment I can give it. Soap plants. Yeah, I know some people just straight up have like the gene that makes it taste like soap. I don't have that, but I'm one of those rare people where it's just like I'm kind of right in the middle on cilantro. I don't hate it, but it exists. It's a thing. I'm not going to be upset to never have it again in my life, but if you put it in some dish and incorporate it into something, it's probably okay. Okay, that one. Just occurred to me you couldn't see that, sorry. Camera angle's not my strong suit. Okay. Cheers. Okay. Roll the leaves into a tight ball and very finely mince. Okay. Just know that's 2190 meals of cold chili. Why do you think it's cold? I don't get it. Even if it's cold, that's fine, man. You gotta keep in mind, I'm the type of person, I literally talked about this yesterday, I'm the type of person who can absolutely eat the same meal over and over again every single day and not get tired of it. As long as it tastes good, I don't have any issues with it, man. I do cooking streams all the time where I make like myself a meal that's just essentially going to be my dinner and sometimes lunch as well for the next like week at least, and I'm okay with it. So I don't really get tired of eating good food over and over again as long as it's good. That, of course, is a big caveat. It's got to be good, but as long as it is, then it's fine by me. It takes you a year or two based on school lunches to get bored. Yeah. I know I know not everyone's like that. Like my parents, for example, my mom's the type of person who's just like, Mexican food? Well, I had Mexican food 4 days ago. I couldn't possibly eat it again tonight. Like, okay, but yeah, that ain't me. Like whenever I go grocery shopping, I always buy the exact same things and I cook myself the exact same meals over the course of the 3 or so weeks between grocery shopping. So like, I don't care about eating the same thing over and over again. If anything, like I enjoy the familiarity of it. It's not like I have an issue with trying new things, but at the same time, I find a certain comfort in just having consistency in my food. Okay, this is not working well as far as chopping it. I'm almost kind of willing to just call this good enough already. Whatever. It's kind of minced-ish already. That's good enough. Okay, whatever. Alright, in you go, soap. These are your favorite daily streams? Hell yeah. They're a nice change of pace. They're always comfy. I will admit, maybe the first half of stream today was not all that interesting and was probably a little... it was a little scuffed, I don't know. But now we're chilling. Now we're chilling. Oh, I should also stir the chili a bit. Ooh, yeah, she's going all right. She's going. It's hot. Turn this down. Whew. Smelling good, man. Smelling good. I didn't time this, but I guess, I don't know, basically when the corn cake is done, it'll have been about an hour, so that's probably the easiest way to gauge it. Just want to make sure the bottom of this is not burning. This fucking stove, man, is either way too hot or not hot enough. Still tasting good. All right, anyways, now we can do the avocado. Started slicing one already. I will admit that maybe I should have strained the chili because now I'm like, there's like some chili chunks in there that are not ideal, but oh well, too late.
So anyways, we're gonna throw 3 avocados into our little medley here. From the skins, add the avocados to a large bowl, add the juices of 1 lime, salt, use fork to mash the avocados into a rough paste, add the diced onion, cilantro, and oh, I gotta do a jalapeno as well. Shit, let's do that now. In fact, actually, Joel, sorry, man. There we go. Apparently this is a 2-bowl process. Alright, I had a jalapeno in here somewhere. There you are. What's there to do in Indiana? I would say living in the middle of the Midwest in the US is not for everyone. Obviously there's a lot of people out there that would find living somewhere like here to be too simple, too quiet, too boring, whatever you want to call it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but keep in mind, I'm the type of person who, for the most part, lives a life where I prefer being indoors most of the days, like most times of the day, most days of the week. I largely entertain myself through things that are done indoors, so like stuff on my computer or watching TV or whatever. I'm not the type of person to go on a bunch of spontaneous road trips to nearby amazing places, or I'm not one to like drive to the big city all the time and do stuff there. Like occasionally, sure, but not all the time. And then I'm not the type of person that really needs to have like bustling events going on at all times around me. So I guess the answer is, what is there to do? The answer is living a relatively simple, largely indoors focused life that occasionally extends to doing random shenanigans like I'm doing now outdoors, but like not super frequently. And doing all that for cheap, because it's not super expensive to live out here. And enjoying, I guess, what you describe as the simplicity and the coziness of small town America. And I like that. I acknowledge it's not for everybody. I acknowledge that some people are the type of people that need more, I guess, quote, quote, excitement in their lives, or at least they need more, maybe variety in their life, but it's probably not that hard to figure out based on the game that I play, that I'm not one that just loves embracing constant change. So because of that, living in a place that's relatively static and fairly simple and straightforward with a pretty quiet overall vibe is like something that I'm into. So that's why I like it. Will I live here the entire rest of my life? I don't know, but if you told me I was going to, I'd be okay with that. And there's no denying that, like, it being way cheaper than most places, like, definitely doesn't hurt. Certainly makes it easier to stream classic WoW full time. Couldn't do this shit if I was in the middle of, like, California, for example. Okay. Chop these bad boys. This cutting board, man. It's not great. It's not great. Probably won't be using this one again in the future. Hey, come on, man. Okay. Yeah, not my most finely diced jalapeno ever, but good news is I'm the only one eating this guacamole, so I'm not gonna feel too bad about it. All right. Next up, we do what?
Avocados to a large bowl. We're gonna add the juice of 1 lime, half a lemon, add the salt, use a fork to mash the avocados into rough paste, add the diced onions, cilantro, and jalapeno. So let's add this to the onions and cilantro. Time to mix the chili, I think. Well, there we go. Okay. Let's do the avocados, I guess. Always put a wet towel under the cutting board. I have them. In fact, multiple. Except this cutting board is so wobbly and so uneven that it doesn't sit properly and evenly on these stupid wet paper towels, and so it's still not all that stable. Trust me, I know enough about the whole wet paper towel trick, but it requires a flat cutting board, and this is not exactly a high quality cutting board, unfortunately. If I had to choose one, what would be my most disastrous cooking stream? Yeah, it was probably the one where I was trying to cook the breakfast burrito outside, and the charcoal that I was trying to cook over, like, or well, the entire cooking apparatus I was using outside in the park grill wasn't working. It wasn't hot enough because it was so cold outside that day that I couldn't heat up the food enough to cook it. And then I ran out of charcoal. I ran out of charcoal, and then like that was it. I had my food wasn't totally cooked yet, and I was out of heat, so ended up cooking nothing that day. That was depressing. And so as a result, I ended up redoing that breakfast burrito cooking stream indoors like a week later. And that was kind of a cursed, it was just kind of a cursed dish, because that stream is what led to Let Dali Cook, the emote. I mean, it led to a pretty legendary clip at least, but that breakfast burrito was something that just, I don't know, the universe just didn't want me to cook for whatever reason. But eventually I cooked it, and eventually it was tasty, for what it's worth. But probably that. Okay, another one that comes to mind would be the one where ChatGPT made a meal for me. The one that ended up being like it was like the egg and potato and ketchup, and it was all sorts of disgusting things that went into that. That was awful. That was the only cooking stream where I ever made something where I ended up just throwing it out once the stream was over. Like I just, it was so bad that I couldn't possibly justify eating that like in my spare time, which is saying something, because I'm a cheapskate. Like if something is at least like remotely edible, I'll probably still eat it, because I don't like throwing away food that I've already paid for. But that was so bad that I was like, okay, yeah, no, I can't do it. No thanks. That was pretty bad. Lesson learned, don't let AI cook your meal. All right, avocados, nice. Scooping out these avocados reminds me of the day where I was working at reminds me of the days back in high school where I was working at the deli, scooping avocado into our customer sandwiches. Good times, good times. Charged $1 extra to put like a little dollop of avocado on our sandwiches. Absolute scam. But people paid for it. Rich white people in Southern California, what can you say? Alright. Getting a Mexican restaurant kitchen vibe, a bit messy but contained. That's what I was going for in the stream, like Mexican restaurant themed, so glad to hear it. Alright, so we got the avocados, good to go. And then we need to add the juice of 1 lime and half a lemon. Okay. Where's the lemon? And I need a lime. Got limes in here somewhere. In there. I'll actually need one later for the chili, but for now we just need one for the guac. So what did it say? Half a lemon? Oh shit, I kind of forgot that I'm doing a half recipe, right? So I'm just gonna do half a lemon. Whatever. Fuck it. I did 3 small avocados, so
I'll do like a third of the lemon. How about that? Like maybe like that much. That'll do, big. That'll do. It's the most orange-looking lemon you've ever seen. Orange. It looks yellow to me. I don't know what the lighting looks like on stream. In fact, it's starting to get a little dark outside. Let me here. Let me turn the cam or the phone light, or not the phone light, but my little studio light on. Here we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Does it look orange on cam? Maybe a little bit, but I promise you, in real life, it is very much yellow. But maybe on cam, it looks a little orange. Okay. Alright. So add all that. Hey, this is an orange. Woo! It's a sour orange. Okay, and then it says the juice of a lime. Making a half recipe, so in theory a half lime, but this is a rather small lime, so I'll do like a 2/3 of the lime, I guess. We're just kind of eyeballing this. Just a little tiny little bit as well. Hey! Oh, I definitely just got some seeds in there, or seeds in there, didn't I? Shit. Oh well. Okay, that'll do. And then we mash up the avocados. I will admit these avocados not quite as ripe as I would have preferred. Oh shit, I gotta do salt actually. Put it way over here. Fuck, I don't want to get up. It's a hard life to live, chat. You gotta get up from your chair every 5 minutes while you drink beer on your balcony and cook some tasty food. Oh, it's a rough life. I'm gonna do it for you guys. Still simmering, still doing the thing. Looking good. Yes, sir. Definitely, it's gotten more liquidy actually as it heated up, which it's not making me regret adding the beer, but it does make me realize that like I could have not added as much beer and it still would have been fine as far as its consistency. But the last part of this recipe calls for me to add some like a cornstarch slurry to this, so that way it thickens up a bit at the end. I was originally thinking with how it was looking like when I first put that in there, like, oh, that won't be necessary. But now I'm thinking like, okay, that'll probably actually need to be a thing, which is fine. Okay. Salt. Yep. How much does this say to use? For a half recipe, a tablespoon, so half a tablespoon. So we're just gonna go like something like that. All right, and now we mash. We do the monster mash. Okay, yep, not as ripe as ideally I'd want them to be. Some of them are, some of them are not. Oh, come on, bud. I tried to pick the ripest avocados possible, but Walmart is notoriously bad of having, or for having like actual decent avocados. Yikes. It's not, doesn't help that I have to do this on this wobbly ass table. Let me just use my legs. It's gonna work better. Okay, yeah. This looks ghetto as hell, but I just want my guac, man.
Avocado is the rare ingredient that can handle Dali's salt levels. I mean, I feel like over time, I've dialed it back on the salt memes. Like, originally, like, I would definitely lean into it and add, like, more salt than you should definitely be adding to a dish. But then eventually I got to the point where I wouldn't say I ruined a couple of dishes, but I definitely oversalted them to the point where they were not as enjoyable as they otherwise would have been. And so I feel like since then, and this happened within the first year of cooking streams, since then I dialed it back and actually feel like now I had a pretty reasonable level of salt. I've also gotten a better feel over time, I guess, for how much salt I like in a dish, and so I've, because of that, kind of been able to learn about, just by feel, about how much salt I should add for my own personal taste. Because I was just cook for myself, right? I'm not worried about whether it's too salty or not salty enough for other people that are eating this, because no one else is ever eating it, just me. So I feel like I've gotten better. I don't know. Rarely do I make a dish nowadays where I oversalt it. All right. Well, we're getting sort of to the point where should be looking. It's still maybe probably more chunky in here than it should be, but that would be the product of getting avocados that were not as ripe as they probably should have been. But once again, I'm making it for myself and no one else, so if it's a little more chunky than most would prefer, that's okay. No one cares. All right, cool. And then I think we just pour in that stuff and it's just done, right? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Oh, you care and are judging. Well, you are probably just sitting there thinking, damn, I wish I had this giant ass bowl of guacamole right now. But you don't, and I do, so get fucked, losers. I don't really care what you think. I'm about to enjoy some guacamole. You're not. Judge all you want. Oh, I was definitely only supposed to use half a jalapeno because it's a half recipe. It's going to be a lot of jalapeno in this. Whatever. That's fine. I like jalapeno, and I don't mind some spicy guac. It's all Gucci. Okay. Let me show you what we're working with here. Yep, looks like guacamole. Oh. You're sitting here thinking like, God damn, I wish I had this entire bowl. Yeah, you bet you do. You don't. Instead, you're just sitting there at your computer being a lazy motherfucker watching some other dude make it. No remorse. All right. So, yeah, I'm not making tortilla chips. Sorry, that ain't happening at this point in the stream. So I definitely just bought some store-made ones. We're like autopilot now. Now we just wait for the chili to finish simmering, basically. Wait for the corn cake to finish baking. Then we eat. So now we're basically just at the Mexican restaurant where, while we wait for our food to be cooked, we enjoy some chips and guac. And some beer, in my case. Fuck it. Stir that bad bitch up. Yes, sir. What is the timer on the corn cake? Let me see if I can... Did I even start the timer? Fuck. Hold on, let me check and see what it actually is. What time? I definitely... Oh, god damn it. I never started the timer in here. Well, fuck. Okay. When did I say... I think I have vague memories of putting this in the oven. I stared at the clock and it was 6 or so my time. So I think it's been about 30 minutes or so. So the corn cake needs another 20 minutes and that one was about the same timer. So as long as it's like 20 more minutes, like basically 50 past the hour, should be good and then things should be done. So okay, I think we'll be all right. Cool. Cheers, chat.
Yeah, Pacifico, it was fine. I'm not sure if I like it better than Modelo. But it tasted like beer. Perfectly acceptable. I'd still drink it if somebody offered, sure. All right, I need more beer. I don't have any more Pacificos, but I do have a Natty Light left over from watching a NASCAR race. So you know what? Let's bust that out. Fuck it. When the hell else am I gonna drink that? And then I'm gonna enjoy some chips and guac because I can. Okay. Natty Light, the fucking goat. There it is. There it is. I'll be taking no questions, by the way, in case you disagree with that. All right. Oh, oy, oy, oy. We have some Santitas Totopes de Maize, yellow corn maize amarillo. $2.99 only. Thank you, Walmart. This is one of the dreams here, right here. When you're at a Mexican restaurant, you got like the chips and guac that's served at the table, and you're there with multiple people. You're like, well, shit, I can't eat all of it, right? Because like you got to make sure you save some for others. This is nice. Now it's a situation where it's like, eat all you want. The guac is for you and you only. Well, shit, don't mind if I do. I should make my own solo guac more often. Ah, yes. Okay, that's probably enough. All right. See how we did. I'm not too worried. I've made this guac recipe before. Also, it's just guac. Like, how bad could it be, right? Even if you screwed it up, like, it's still gonna be fine. It just tastes like being at a Mexican restaurant, man. Few things hit as good as being in the Mexican restaurant with the cheesy mariachi music in the background, enjoying some chips and guac, shooting the shit with the boys, waiting for your delicious Mexican food to come out. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I'm a fan. I'm not going to say that like, oh, well, my guac just hits different, but it's guac, right? Like, humans are just genetically programmed to find this shit delicious. Like, does a single person in existence not like guacamole? I don't think that's a thing. Siete brand chips are bis. Never had them. I never really buy like tortilla chips. Not really what would be my typical snacking food. Not because I don't like them, just because, I don't know, it's just kind of empty carbs, to be honest. But when you're in the mood to treat yourself like right now, well, shit, don't mind if I do. Hour 3.5 of mariachi music. Hell yeah, dude. Ironically, I can't hear the music. Only you guys can, so hope you guys are enjoying. So, you know, I have been describing to you guys over the past like week or so about the monitor saga. Not the saga, but like the kind of dilemma I've been thinking about with like the monitor lately that I wanted to get with the extra cash that I got from selling my old PC. Sorry. This is the point where I'm just like, I know I'm on stream, but like, fuck, I just want to eat all these chips and guac, but okay. I've been telling you guys over the past week or so about how like I've been trying to decide on like what monitor, like computer monitor I wanted to buy with the money that I got from selling my old PC. And I was hand wringing for a few days, like, do I get an IPS with like super high refresh rate?
or do I get an OLED? And I kind of went back and forth, and eventually I decided on the super high refresh rate IPS panel. So for those that don't know, like basically IPS is like what you'd call like a regular, just normie monitor, but I wanted to get an IPS panel that had like a really, really high refresh rate that would let me take advantage of the powerful computer that I bought last fall. And then take advantage of the fact that like classic World of Warcraft is very easy to run, so you can actually get super high frames if you want to with a modern computer. So I ordered the IPS panel that would have 300 hertz, waited for it to arrive, and it finally arrived yesterday. Cool. And so I put it together last night, you know, assemble the stand, assemble the monitor, you know, replace the old monitor, you know, take the old monitor out, put the new monitor in, plug that bad boy in. Turn on the computer, like it works, cool, all right. So I open up WoW, crank up the FPS cap that I had on WoW from 180 hertz, which is my old monitor's refresh rate, to the new refresh rate of 300 hertz. And fired up WoW and like, you know, or fired up classic WoW and like, you know, there you go, got to experience the game now in 300 hertz. And I gotta say, man, I can't tell the difference. Fuck. Man, I was here thinking like, oh baby, it's gonna be this super smooth, super like primo experience where I get to like feel like the amazingness of 300 frames per second. Dude, I cannot tell any noticeable difference between 180 and 300. God damn it. And like, I was really like getting hyped for this too, because like when I've upgraded monitors in the past, when like, for example, like way back in the day when I had a shitty laptop and I went from a laptop that was capped at 30 hertz to a 60 FPS monitor, like it was a massive difference. It was like, whoa, look how smooth it is. And then a few years later, I built a new computer, and then I upgraded from a 60 hertz to 144 hertz monitor. And when I went from 60 to 144, it was like, whoa, oh my God, this is amazing. And then when I got this most recent computer that I bought last fall, and I upgraded monitors from 144 to only 180, it was like, you know, a relatively small jump in FPS. I still noticed a slight difference. Not a massive one, but it wasn't a huge jump in frame. So I figured like, okay, well I noticed a slight difference with a slight jump, so clearly I'm still noticing a difference. So I was thinking like, well, if you go to 180 to 300, like that's like a 66% increase in FPS. The smoothness should be like even better, right? Dude, I fired it up last night. I could not tell a difference. I stare there and be like, does it look different? I can't, And like, you know, you can trick your brain or you can trick yourself in thinking like, yeah, I think it looks different, right? But like when you have to tell yourself and ask yourself like, does it look different? Probably. If I really tell myself it does, then maybe it does. Like, yeah, that's unfortunate. I was so hyped about this too, man. I'd built this up over the course of the past like week for myself. And the funny thing is, there's people online who swear they're like, oh yeah, made a huge difference when I went from 180 to 300, or hell, even like when people say they went from like 180 to 240, it was like, oh, massive difference, huge. And like, maybe I'm just getting fucking old, man. I don't know. I can't tell the fucking difference. It looks exactly the same. I mean, like, they're both really smooth. Like, 180 already looked really smooth. Yeah, 300. It's the same. Is it 4K? No, it's 1440p. Maybe if I was like using OLED and it was that high, maybe it would be better. I don't know, but oh well. So yeah, you're just gonna return it while I still can. I guess I will. It sucks. It's like, it's not a bad monitor. Like the colors are fine and it works like as advertised. It's just like, I can't tell the difference. So am I really gonna pay $230 for a monitor that seems the same as my old one? So that's too bad, but I suppose the lesson to learn from that, and it's not like it's something I didn't know already, so maybe this is my fault. It's not like I was upset with my old monitor. My old monitor worked perfectly fine. It was super smooth. It had good colors, and like I was very happy with it. I had no issues with it, but I got into this mindset of like, oh, well, it could be even better, right? But I suppose this was kind of a classic case of like, if it ain't broke, there's no need to fix it. So at least, yes, I can just return it. It would suck if it was for some reason not returnable, but I bought it on Amazon, so yeah, whatever. I'll just return it, but
Man, I was hoping that I would get to experience the mind-blowing smoothness of 300 FPS, but evidently, at least to my old-ass eyes, it looks the same as 180. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a diminishing returns issue. Yeah, of course, the higher you get, the less of a difference you're going to see. And I had yet to hit that point, I guess, where the diminished returns were so high that like you couldn't see a difference anymore, up until this point, and now I finally did, I guess. Oh well. At least I'm future-proofed for Wrath. Yeah, great. Did I not make the classic mistake of forgetting to set the Windows refresh rate? No, I double, triple checked, I promise. The monitor itself said it was at 300 hertz. The Windows setting was 300 hertz. In-game FPS counter said 300. It was 100% at 300. I mean, like, when I looked really closely and I moved a window around on screen, like, really quickly, like, I could tell a small difference. Like, yeah, it's not like it was completely indistinguishable, but unless I was really, really trying to look for it, it was exactly the same. So, oh well. I guess if anything now, I'll just have extra money to burn for something, I guess. I don't know what. Next upgrade should be a curved widescreen. I've never been tempted to get a curved screen. I don't know why, but I prefer just a more traditional, just like straight panel for whatever reason. Now, keep in mind, I've got a 3 monitor setup, so I've got like center monitor and like 2 on the sides, but that essentially works as like a curved setup, right? But I've never been tempted to get like an ultra wide or even just like a regular curved screen. Okay, 7 more minutes or so. Okay, let's mix this bad boy up. Nope. The heating element turned off. Very cool. I mean, it's looking pretty good as is, to be honest. Oh. Okay, yeah. Just needs to thicken up a bit. Like I said, we'll probably just add that cornstarch slurry in about 5 or 6 minutes or so, and then let it go for another few minutes, and then I think it's good to go. The corn cake should be almost done as well. Just give it like 5 more minutes. Alright. Works for me. Oh yeah. The lead up, you thought I was gonna say I was crying at the sunset in Booty Bay. That's what I was hoping for. Like, I was hoping, like, like I said, every time I'd upgraded, like, taken a significant upgrade in FPS on my monitor in the past, I've always been blown away, been like, whoa! So, maybe I hyped myself up too much, but yeah, I was expecting to log in and see, like, 300 FPS and be like, holy shit, my life has been changed, but... I know that like there are advantages to having super high refresh rate monitors when you're playing like an FPS, where like even if you can't like tell the difference in real time, like just like subconsciously it helps you play better by like, I don't know, the smoothness helps with like motion tracking or whatever. But admittedly for classic World of Warcraft, like it doesn't make a fucking difference if like your motion tracking is better with a boomer ass game. So, oh well. You're probably lame for this, but you game at 82 FPS on your 165 Hz 1440p monitor, just don't care much more, or taxing your GPU. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, everyone's different, right? Like, I mean, shit, you read about some people who can't tell the difference between anything over 60 FPS, which, like, okay, fair. As long as you're happy with your own setup and as long as you're enjoying whatever it is you already have, like, there's a saying, like, comparison's the thief of joy. Like, who cares what other people enjoy? Like, as long as you're enjoying the thing yourself, and, like, that's good enough, right? But, like, for me, like I said, I enjoyed I'd seen a noticeable difference every time I'd made a jump in the past, so eventually, yes, I was going to hit that wall of diminishing returns where it didn't matter anymore, and I guess I just finally did. Oh well. OLEDs have great colors, though. I mean, I considered OLEDs for a while, but I just came up with too many potential downsides of getting OLEDs for my specific use case, which was like streaming and sometimes productivity and playing a game, like the same game constantly with the same UI elements on the screen, like static UI elements on the screen at all times. And like streaming in a really bright room with studio lights with like OLEDs having like a relatively low amount of brightness. Yeah. What's up, Just Simlol coming out with the Prime Sub now for 18 months. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, Chips, and Guac Fund. Cheers, man. That was some damn good guac right there. God damn, dude. The ultra wide's nice for certain things. One power supply / DVI being one. I don't know why one power supply is an advantage. Like the 3 monitor setup that I have doesn't require more than one power supply. But yeah, to each their own. I've tried an ultra wide before, someone else's ultra wide. I mean, it's fine, but I prefer the discrete screens that a multi-monitor setup allows you instead. Just personal preference thing. That's all it is. Okay, I think I've successfully killed enough time. I think it's about time to, let's first things first, let's check on the corn cake. Probably the more time-sensitive one. Let's take a look, boys and girls. In theory, it should be just about ready. Away we go. Oh shit, what do we got? I guess to check to see if it's done, we have to take the foil off, but I mean, I assume it'll be done. I don't know, this is the sort of thing that like doesn't need to... It should be pretty forgiving as far as when it's good to take out. So let's take a look-see here. Alright, I gotta be careful with this. Like a water-filled tray that's gonna have a shitload of boiling hot water inside. Careful, SpongeBob. Oi. 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 Okay. Oh, how do I take this foil off? Knife. Oi. Come on, bud. All right, what do we got? Let's see if this looks as I would imagine it out of the Mexican restaurant. You know what I should do? Instead of being dumb, I should just take this out of the out of the boiling hot water, huh? I guess. Put this onto like a plate. Otherwise, I'm just begging to spill boiling hot water all over my waist, and that would be not very fun. Okay. Oh, this is tougher than I was imagining in my head. Careful. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Okay, what do we got? Okay, okay. I mean, I'll admit that's like, it was never going to look like anything super impressive, but it certainly looks nice and moist, which is the idea of what you want out of this, because it's supposed to be nice and, I don't know, pudding corn cakey. Okay, okay. Now the real test is just we're gonna have to scoop it out and see how it tastes, but it's good to me. Okay, okay. All right, cool. So we're gonna just leave this in here for now. I guess I could take it outside. Fuck it. So that way I don't have to make another trip back indoors, and we'll have this ready to go.
serve this up when the time comes. Thug it. Okay. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Out you go. I know it doesn't look impressive, but it's going to be the eating experience that counts, and I think it's going to be pretty good. Just chill right there for now, please. All right, next up we check on the chili. Now, the chili, like I said, I think we still need to get to the step where I add the cornstarch slurry. So the cornstarch slurry I haven't made. If I was smart, I would have made it while I was just porking out on the guac right there, but I did not do that, so let's do that now. Okay, chips and guac, very tasty. Having more of that later. Let's see here, how much cornstarch do I need? We need 1 tablespoon of cornstarch mixed with 1 tablespoon of water. Okay. I'm just gonna eyeball this. That's definitely more than a tablespoon. Okay, well. Doing this by hand. Not a great look, I'll admit, but whatever, close enough. Okay, yeah, cornstarch everywhere, cool. Water, I put it off in Narnia, awesome. Approximately the same volume. Okay. Mix it up, add to the chili. Have the chili cook for just another few minutes, says the recipe, and then it should, in theory, thicken up, and it'll be good to go. Cool. This is too much, I think, by the way, so I'm not going to pour all of this in. If it's not thick enough, I'll just pour more in, I guess. Like half of this, maybe. Okay. Ooh. Oh, baby. This is going to be tasty, boys. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Okay. Mix her up, let it thicken up just a little bit, and then we're going to be ready to serve. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I wouldn't really call this what you view as a, Joel just fell, traditional chili. It's definitely going to be more of a, almost a cross between a chili and a stew. But, I mean, that's certainly not a bad thing, right? Sounds good to me. Oh. Okay. What's a roach? What roach? Huh? I don't see a roach. What are you talking about? Sorry, chat got delayed here on my computer, so I didn't see you guys talking. What roach? Is there a roach? I don't see a bug. What the fuck are you talking about? Am I blind? I don't see a bug, boys. I think we're Gucci. Oh. Love a chili POV. Yeah, about to be ready to go. Fingers crossed. I mean, I have pretty high confidence this is going to be pretty tasty. Everything that got added to this recipe was consistently tasty when I tried it, so when combined together, hard not to be optimistic. Where is my beer? Did I not take my beer back with me? God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. What am I doing? All right, crisis averted. Okay, let's check to see if, now we'll give it like a couple more minutes of doing the thing. Oh yeah, that's definitely thickening up now. Oh, baby. Couple more minutes and we're good to go. Oh, it was inside the kitchen? I didn't see anything. I feel like it'd be pretty sensitive to something like that. Okay, one more bite of chip and guac. This is like the moment right before your food's about to get served and you're questioning whether you should have one more chip or you should wait for the real meal. But you're weak and you just can't help yourself. I'm a weak fucking man. All right. I'm gonna go and say we are ready to serve the final result. What do we got? Turn the stove off. There we go. Yes, sir. Chile, Colorado. Like I said at the start of the stream, I've never actually had this before. I don't really know what exactly the end product is traditionally supposed to taste like, or frankly even look like. Now, based on pictures I saw online, looks like this looks about correct based on consistency, texture, thickness, blah, 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 blah. But we're going to try it out for realsies just here in a second to see if it lives up to the, I guess, the label of being like the Mexican version of chili. It's very meaty, right? It's got like big giant chunks of meat in it, which is not what we traditionally expect in chili, but I certainly don't see that as a bad thing. All right. Let's plate her up. I mean, maybe traditionally you should let that cool down for a bit, but I'm hungry and impatient, so let's just do it. Okay, cutting board, get out of here. Okay, well, we've made a fucking mess, haven't we? Get ourselves a plate. Oi, oi, oi. Tastes like Colorado. Yeah, I was reading about the recipe. Fun fact, it's not named after the state of Colorado. I don't know what Colorado means in Spanish or what the origin of the word is, but evidently it has nothing to do with the states, but sure, Colorado's nice. I've been there. Might even go back there this year. You might get a stream there. Never know, hypothetical. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, so first things first, we can serve the, actually, okay, well, let's go for the full aesthetic experience, shall we? So, get some guac, toss that on there. Okay, some chips on there just to add to the aesthetic. There we go. Okay, I've got a spoon around here somewhere, right? Where did I put that spoon? There you are. All right, the corn cake. Traditionally, you would like see them serve the corn cake by like using an ice cream scoop and serving in nice, neat little balls. I don't have an ice cream scoop, so we're just going to kind of serve it in. What is our best approximation of a ball? It's the taste that matters, right? Like so. Okay. And then the chili. Looks like Chile, Indiana from here. I don't know what Chile, Indiana would be. Maybe just a shitload of like, I mean, it'd be a lot of corn, probably beef, beer, casual racism. Yeah. Serve this bad boy up. Oh, baby, look at this. Thick. Oh, buddy. That sauce is looking mighty hearty. God damn, dude. God damn. All right. The final meal. Let's give you a close-up, boys and girls. I don't know about you guys, but oh, look at that steam, baby. Oh yeah. I'm about to fuck this all the way up. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Did it take me 4 hours to cook? Yes, it did. But if you're a cooking stream enjoyer, you would know that that's a pretty typical duration for my cooking adventures, so should not come as any surprise. Okay, let's try it. Put you here. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Let's try the chili first. Chili. Just thick, hearty, beautiful spice to it. It's got that earthy taste that I was talking about, like with the chilies earlier, like what they smelled like. It's like a very earthy, like slightly spicy, but very, how to describe this? Hopefully this will describe what I'm trying to convey here. Instead of this, like imagining the taste of like a bright red chili, it's the taste of like a dark brown chili, right? Like subtle spice, but like a chili that's been like mellowed over time, and its spicy boldness has turned into earthy, mellow, tasty, like just like kind of aged chili flavor, if that makes any sense. I don't know if it does, but that's just like the immediate impression that my mind makes or gets when I bite into this. Another bite. Just a beautiful color too. Oh man. That sauce is like thick as hell too. It's not runny at all, right? Like it's on the spoon there. It just goes like, oh, oh. It's way more, I guess, meaty than a traditional chili, right? Traditional chilies would have more beans and veggies floating around there. This one's just like, it's like meat that's coated in chili, liquidy paste almost. Eat a nacho with the chili? Okay, okay. As in use a chip. I don't know how well this will work as dip, but like, Ooh, yeah, I mean, The crunchiness is a nice touch for sure, 100%. If you're gonna make this into a dip, you'd probably want to more finely chop the meat. You'd probably want to make it like closer to like a super tiny cube situation, but or hell, maybe even just use like ground beef in that case. But just the base, if you take away the meat and only use like the chili base, would be a really good dipping sauce, 100% for anything really. Yeah, it's almost like, well, not quite like gravy, but more like maybe like, I don't know, chunky gravy. That even that doesn't fully convey what the texture is like, but it's good. Okay, let's try the corn cake, shall we? The texture of the corn cake definitely came out to what I was hoping for. Very kind of crumbly and then like still moist. Okay. Let's see. Tastes like my childhood, man. It's not quite as good as the restaurant version of the Mexican corn cake. I don't know what exactly it's missing to be able to be as good as it, but it's still, the flavor is right on point for sure. Oh, I mean, that is good. Oh. I feel like texture-wise, it could be maybe a little bit more creamy. And you know what? I bet I used 1% milk. If I had used like whole milk instead, or maybe even like heavy cream, I think that would have been the difference maker. I think that's probably what made it like exactly what I remember. Or maybe buttermilk. Yeah, like a thicker dairy something. But that being said, it's still good. Texture-wise, you can tell that you would prefer it to be a little thicker from like a thicker version of dairy, but other than that, taste-wise, whew, still good. It's sweet, but not like overwhelmingly like dessert cake sweet. It's more just like subtle sweet. Got little corn chunks in there. It's nice. Some nice jasmine rice, or if you like it, cilantro lime rice would hit with the chili. Oh, I agree. Yeah, like the recipe, like for the chili Colorado says, like ideally the thing you pair this with is like a good, some sort of like Mexican rice or something, and I agree. This would go well like on top of rice, 100%. Yeah. Secret is it needs to be made by an abuela. Yeah, maybe some half Asian white dude in the middle of Indiana is maybe not the best candidate to nail it when it comes to Mexican sweet corn cake, but I tried my best. What can I say? It's still good. At the end of the day, it still has a fuckload of butter, which is bound to make it taste pretty good regardless. Yeah. We're eating good tonight, boys and girls. And the next few days, I guess, for that matter. Oh, baby. And I know it's basic as hell, but the guac is tasty too. The guac, like, I mean, it's guacamole. Of course it's good. It kind of goes without saying, right? But it is good. I will admit that if I was at a Mexican restaurant and they took 4 hours to serve my dish, I might be a little pissed, but if you're willing to accept the 4-hour wait time, I'm willing to serve you a Mexican dish that'll be quite tasty. Did the meat get nice and tender or quite chewy? I'm gonna try one more bite so I can answer that question properly. It is a bit chewy, I'll be honest. Perfectly fine for me, but is it like melt in your mouth tender? No, it's not. I think that would have been somewhat remedied by having this like simmer on a stove with more consistent heat. Because what this one was doing was just like, it'd get really hot and like boil it really hot and then it'd turn off and like it'd cool back down.
and then turn back on and get really hot again, simmer, and then like. So I probably overcooked it a little bit. Not to the point where, for me at least, it's unenjoyable, but yeah, if I served it to someone else, like, or well, if I was trying to perfect the dish, I think I would definitely want it on a low, consistent simmer more than what it did. I think that was if I had to guess at least, the faults of the cheap-ass, low-quality stove that I used, but that's okay. Still tasty. Now a good time to ask if I'm playing TBC. I am not playing TBC. Nope. Reheated tomorrow will probably be perfect. Hell yeah. This is going to be my dinner for sure for the next, like, probably 5 days, I'd say. Sounds good to me. Got to run? That's all good, man. I'm about to end anyways. Top-notch return cooking stream to you after the entertainment. Hell yeah, dude. Oh shit, and just like that, he just comes in hot with dick on the table again. God damn, man. 10 gifted tier 1 subs again from Whiskey Thunder the stream. Once was apparently just not enough. He just had to do it again. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. All 10 will go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and delicious Mexican food fund. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. 5 days, I'm not fat American enough. Sorry, I guess. Anyways, that was cozy. And the good news is, yeah, it's been a while between cooking streams, I will admit, but I've got plenty of fun cooking stream ideas in my head now, ready to go for, like, hopefully consistently the next couple of months or so. So this time around, I can pretty much guarantee you're not going to have to wait another 3 months for the next cooking stream. That I can almost guarantee. Well, yeah, that was chill. That was chill. Everything turned out very tasty. Happy with it. I am always a little frustrated with how long I take to cook this stuff, but at least at this point I know to expect it, so be it. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Stream tomorrow is going to start at the, I guess what you'd call the regular Friday time of 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 19 CET. That's going to be, what am I doing tomorrow? We're doing a couple of Naxes. We're going to do one on the Alt Human Warrior with DMF. So we're going to be a giant fucking cheater with DMF buff right before the next DMF starts. And then we'll do a raid on Hilla, the Shaman, do a little twisting. No stream Saturday. Sunday will be Fun Police raid plus probably another Salvazar ZG demon experience. Hopefully not a demon experience, but could be. Next Monday, we're going to do a Nax on the Anniversary War, and the next Tuesday we'll do a, I guess the first ever streamed run, at least on my channel, of a cooked raid. Wow, cool. Normally I guess I'd do my outro here, but I gotta awkwardly walk back to my computer indoors to end the stream, so hold on, wait a minute. Wait. I will admit that this stream probably it would have been smarter to just do this stream in my kitchen, but hopefully you enjoyed the novelty of doing it on my ghetto-ass balcony instead. Okay. Hi. Alright. Ooh, hair's certainly doing something, isn't it? Anyways, so yeah. Oh, you guys can do !Discord in the chat if you feel like joining my Discord. It's a place where I post stream news, stream announcements. Anytime I go live, I'll make sure to ping you guys. A place where you can ask me something like, streamer, can I have the recipes from tonight's stream? You can! !Recipes in the chat. Would recommend. It was very tasty. And otherwise, appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys keeping chat lively as always. And if you're NA, have a good rest of the evening. If you're EU, have a good rest of the late night. If you're OC, have a good rest of the morning. And I will catch you guys tomorrow for a cheeky little double Nax action. I'm going to enjoy the rest of this food. Bye.